Hello everyone, a very good morning and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep. Welcome to our classes on disaster management. Starting today, we shall be beginning with this subject called disaster management. It's a very small subject, but it's very interesting and very important for your exams. Today, being the first class, we will start with the first module. First, I'll begin by explaining the syllabus for disaster management. We'll understand what kind of topics are we going to cover under disaster management. Followed by the syllabus, we'll discuss how you should prepare for the subject, what materials you need, what sources you have to refer, and then we'll begin with few basic introductory concepts. Today I'll be discussing the foundational concepts for disaster management. There are a number of important terminologies regarding disaster management that you should understand. You should know what is a disaster. How do you define a disaster? You should understand concepts such as hazard, vulnerability, disaster risk, and what is disaster management cycle. These are some basic concepts we will be discussing today. Followed by that, we shall classify disasters into different types and we will take up each disaster one by one in the coming classes. We will study all the important disasters, what causes them, what is their impact, how is India affected, how is the world affected by these disasters, and we shall also talk about some of the latest disasters that have happened. So, this will be a very comprehensive discussion because the subject itself is a mains oriented subject. Is that clear? I'm sure you guys would have gone through the syllabus given by UPSC. So, disaster management is a part of your GS paper 3. In GS paper 3, after Indian economy, after science and technology, environment ecology, there you have a small subject that has been mentioned by UPSC, which is disaster and disaster management. So the subject is part of GS paper 3. So it's largely a mains oriented subject, which means we have to build a discussion, help you generate your own thought and opinion on these key topics so that you can analyze them when mains questions are asked under GS paper 3. Is that clear? It's predominantly a mains oriented subject. So in GS paper 3, you can expect at least 4 questions, 3 to 4 questions from disaster management itself. You might get a couple of 10-mark questions and a couple of 15-mark questions. So even though the subject is small, the number of questions you get is less, you should not neglect or ignore the subject because it's a very easy subject. Once you get the concepts, once you understand the latest developments in current affairs, it becomes a very easy subject. It's very concise. So if you're thorough with these concepts and recent developments, you can write very good answers and you can score high in this particular subject. Is that clear? You can ensure that you get good marks. You can maximize your score in GS paper 3 by thoroughly preparing for disaster management. Now, let me also tell you that disaster management is not just restricted to GS paper 3. That's because disaster management is a multidisciplinary subject. It means it is closely connected with other subjects. Now, disaster management, of course, is linked with geography. There are a number of geography related topics that we will be discussing, like how floods occur, how do cyclones form, what are earthquakes. All these are geography concepts. Disaster management is also linked to environment and ecology because climate change and global warming and the degradation of our environment is directly contributing to more disasters. For example, deforestation, which is a result of human activity, industrial activity, has directly contributed to more disasters. So the topics we will study here will be linked with environment and ecology as well. And many topics are connected with polity and as well as with international relations and science and technology. So this is what makes disaster management all the more interesting. That's why I called it a multidisciplinary subject. So whatever we study here will not just help you in disaster management under GS paper 3, but it will also help you in other subjects as well. You might get a related question maybe in geography, maybe in polity, maybe in international relations, maybe even under Indian economy. Because disasters, they have a huge economic impact. Take, for example, the COVID-19 pandemic. It's a biological disaster. And such disasters, they have a widespread economic impact. Look at the latest floods and landslides that have happened in the last 2 months in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. They not only cause loss of life, they also damage property, they destroy infrastructure. And this has a huge economic impact. So you can expect a question in Indian economy or a related question in environment and ecology or in polity or in IR or maybe even in science and technology. Because some of the disasters, they can be predicted with better early warning and forecasting through advancements in technology. You can accurately predict some of the disasters which might happen, right? We can predict adverse weather events. We can predict extreme rainfall before it occurs. We can keep track of cyclone formation and give precise alerts as to where the cyclone might hit. So this is a result of advancements in science and technology. So there could be a related question under science and technology which is linked with disaster management. So apart from these four direct questions you get in disaster management, you can expect few more questions in other subjects as well. Maybe there could be another 2 or 3 questions across different papers which is linked with disaster management. So whatever you study here will help you across different subjects. Is that clear? And also please remember, you can even expect an entire essay topic for 125 marks from disaster management. Maybe there could be a question on rising global disasters because of global warming. Or maybe an essay topic on how India has progressed in disaster management in the last 20 years. So such questions can come in your essay paper, which accounts for 125 marks. So there is no way you can neglect or ignore this subject thinking it's a very small subject. Don't ever do that mistake. It might appear to be a small subject, but it is extremely important. Its weightage in mains is very, very important. And you can also expect a few prelims questions if you're lucky enough. It depends on how many questions you might get in prelims. Sometimes it might be zero, right? Because UPSC is very unpredictable that way. There is no set number of questions that come in prelims from a particular subject. There might be 1 or 2 questions, maybe 3, 4 questions, right? Depends on how UPSC is setting the paper. But you should always be prepared for possible prelims questions as well from disaster management. There could be a question on maybe some of the institutions in India dealing with disaster management, or maybe a prelims question on Disaster Management Act, or a prelims question on the international framework which has been created through the United Nations to deal with disasters. So this subject is very, very important for the exams because it is mains oriented but relevant for your prelims as well. It is connected with many other subjects and you can expect questions in other papers as well. You can even get an entire essay topic apart from these 4 questions in GS paper 3. Now, I've spent these 5 to 10 minutes in explaining the importance, the significance of this subject in your exams. So based on this, you have to conclude that disaster management, even though it's a small subject, it's going to be very, very important. Just like any UPSC subject, It is based on few static concepts. There is a static part involved, which we will cover comprehensively, and there is a dynamic component as well. It is heavily dependent on current affairs. You have to be strong in current affairs in order to write good answers in disaster management. So, in these classes, throughout this week, in the next 5 classes, we will cover not just the basic concepts and the static part, we shall also cover the dynamic part. All the latest developments in the last few years will also be discussed as part of the classes. Is that clear? So, this is what we will be doing in these 5 classes for disaster management. Now, please look at the syllabus given by UPSC. Under GS paper 3, UPSC has mentioned that we have to study disaster and disaster management. It's just a one line syllabus that UPSC has given for us. If you look at other subjects, the other subjects are very clearly mentioned. A topic wise syllabus has been given for history, for polity, for IR. Topic wise breakdown has been given by UPSC. But in case of disaster management, there is not much clarity that we get from the syllabus itself. Because the syllabus is only mentioning that disaster and disaster management is part of the syllabus. So this alone is not enough to guide us in our preparation. So what we do is, we will look at the topics on which UPSC has asked questions in the last 10 to 11 years. I have analyzed all the question papers from 2013, because that is when the new paper, the new syllabus was introduced in mains, and disaster management was added as a subject from 2013. So since 2013, I have gone through and analyzed all the question papers. I've also taken a look at related essay topics and prelims questions. And based on that, based on this question paper analysis, based on this PYQ analysis, I have shortlisted the topics that we need to cover in order to complete this subject. So please make a note of the topics that we are going to discuss. We will start with a basic introduction today, cover some essential concepts, and then start discussing the different types of disasters. We shall talk about India's vulnerability with regard to each of the disaster. We shall understand what is the disaster management cycle, or the DM cycle. We will talk about the global framework created through the United Nations to deal with disasters. We will discuss 3 UN-led conferences on disaster management. We had something called Yokohama Conference, then we had Hyogo Conference and Sendai Conference. So 3 global conferences have been held on disaster management, and they have given rise to a global framework with regard to disaster management. So we shall cover the international framework as well in detail, and then we will take a look at disaster management in India. What has India done to improve its preparedness to deal with disasters? We will talk about a very, very important law, a legislation that was enacted by the Indian Parliament called the Disaster Management Act in 2005. It was this law that transformed disaster management in India. It mainstreamed disaster management into our day-to-day governance. It created several institutions to deal with disasters. So we shall study the disaster management architecture created by this act and the various institutions that have been set up through the law that provides for disaster management in India. So this will comprehensively cover our syllabus. It will cover all the possible topics from where UPSC can ask questions. Is that clear? So along with this discussion, I will also bring in a number of case studies based on some recent disasters and major disasters that have happened in the last few decades. We shall focus on some recent disasters which are in news, which are in current affairs. I'll also give some examples of old disasters, some major disasters that have hit India and the world. Is that clear? So when you're writing your answers in mains, along with giving examples in the Indian context, it is always good to give examples in the global context as well. Now, let's say, for example, you're talking about wildfires. In the last 1 month itself, we have seen devastating wildfires across the world, from Hawaii to Europe to India to Canada. Multiple countries, they have been very badly affected by forest fires, right? So, when you're writing an answer for forest fires, it's not just enough to give examples from India, but you should also give examples from the global context. That will show to the evaluator that you have a thorough understanding and you're in touch with current developments. Is that clear? So we will take these examples of recent disasters in India and around the world, and some examples of major disasters in the past, and we will use them as case studies to better understand these important topics. All right, so this completes our syllabus for disaster management. I hope this is clear for everyone. Now, before we begin, let me tell you the sources that you need for your preparation. I'm sure all of you will have the same question. What book should I read? Should I make notes? How do I revise? How do I study these topics after the classes? Right? That's a common question any aspirant will have. So let me clarify this at the very beginning, and then we will get started with today's discussion. See, as far as the material is concerned, the material for your preparation is concerned, the class notes should be your primary source of reading. When I say class notes, I'm referring to the PPTs which are being shared with you, right? The PPTs that I'm using in the class, I've kept it as detailed as possible. It includes all the important points and explanations. So that becomes your basic reading material. Along with the PPTs, you have to make short notes during the class. This goes without saying. I expect all of you to keep a dedicated book and write down key points as and when I am discussing. Wherever needed, I'll slow down, I'll repeat the important points, I'll mark the key points as well. So please make short notes. Is that clear? Don't expect dictation of notes. That will not work for UPSC exam. We are not in school, right? But I will repeat the important points. I will slow down and mark those points as well. And you'll also get the annotated PPTs. So please make short notes from this, and these notes along with the PPT becomes your basic reading material. This is the basic material for you. All right. Next, any textbook for reference reading. For your reference reading, any basic book, right, which has been provided by us or which is available in the market, any one book is enough just for reference reading, just to go through the book once and maybe mark some key points. This would be your secondary source of reading. Focus on your geography NCRTs. The NCRTs that you use for geography, particularly physical geography, right? These books will give you a lot of information about disasters as well, like earthquakes, cyclones, etc. So these are some of the basic materials you need to cover your static portion. The PPTs, the short notes you're going to make, one basic reference book, and your NCRTs. This is more than sufficient. Coming to your current affairs, this will be from the newspaper that you're reading, maybe the Hindu or Indian Express, preferably. Both the papers cover disaster management in quite detail. They give you all the necessary information. There will be a lot of articles, editorials, columns. So please pay attention to your newspapers. This is the biggest source for your current affairs. Attend our weekly webinars without fail on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Watch our Hindu analysis on our YouTube channel, right? This will give you detailed explanation along with the notes. And preferably, you should read the paper as well on your own so that you can make a note of all these key developments that are happening. All right. Apart from your newspapers, there are few basic websites that you should follow, especially the website of the National Disaster Management Authority, the NDMA. NDMA is the nodal authority in India to deal with disaster management. So visit the NDMA website, go through the website, navigate, and try and read some of the important articles and content which is placed on the website, and try to make notes from there as well. Other than NDMA's website, you can also take a look at the Home Ministry's website, because Home Ministry is the nodal ministry when it comes to disasters. Is that clear? Take a look at these important government websites for official data, official information, which will help you in your preparation. This should be more than sufficient. Is that clear? You can also take a look at the websites of United Nations and concerned institutions like UNDRR. There is a UN office that deals with disaster risk reduction. Don't worry, we will study about this institution later in the last class. So there is a UN office dedicated for disaster management, for disaster risk reduction. Visit the website of this institution as well, and also take a look at your sustainable development goals of the UN. In fact, under sustainable development goals, there is priority given for reducing the impact of disasters. Is that clear? So if you are able to go through all this material, it will help you cover the entire syllabus. You don't need anything else apart from this. The PPTs and the class notes will be your primary material. The book is only for a reference reading. You don't have to worry too much about a textbook. You don't have to bother too much about going through detailed books. You don't need that for this subject. Pick up the concepts in class, understand what I'm explaining, and try to link that with basic concepts in your NCRTs. Then add current affairs from newspapers and from websites, and that becomes your comprehensive material for your preparation. Is that clear? So, this is what I wanted to discuss before we begin with today's discussion. It's a basic introduction of around 20 minutes so that you get an idea as to what this subject is all about. Correct? So, I hope it's clear for everyone. If you have any doubts, please let me know. Do let me know if you have any questions. Sir, ARM is needed? Definitely yes. The additional reading material which is given to you will contain a lot of important points and concepts. So ARM, please go through that. It will give you a lot of additional information. PPT is enough? Yes. The class PPT will be the basic material. It should be more than enough. But along with that, of course, NCRT and your current affairs is also needed. Current affairs of how many years is essential? Ideally, the last 1.5 years. Right? That is a standard for all the subjects in this exam. The last 1.5 years of current affairs from the date of your exam. That should be more than enough. Zeba is asking, sir, should we read all geography NCRTs? Of course, in geography, you will be covering all your basic NCRTs. In that, focus more on physical geography. Right? There is a dedicated book for physical geography which covers many disasters as well. So please focus more on that. Class notes is enough? Yes, class notes is more than enough, but you need current affairs as well and some basics from NCRTs. That's what I'm reiterating. I'm repeating that point again and again. How to add current affairs in our notes? Alina is asking. Now, see, you have got the PPT with you, the class notes with you, right? That's why I told you keep a separate book for disaster management. Once you have written down the short notes, right? Maybe in the second half of the book, keep it for current affairs. Or under each topic, let's say you're reading earthquakes, you cover the concept from the PPT and the short notes, and you read something from current affairs. Add that then and there. Add that current affairs development into your notes, right? It varies from student to student. There is no one uniform solution for that. Depends on what approach you are following. Maybe you can have a separate book for current affairs, one separate book for the class notes. However, it works for you. Whatever works for you, right? Please follow that. All right. So, guys, these are the questions. Now, let's begin with our core discussion. And let's start with some basic concepts and definitions. First, let's define what is a disaster. If, let's say, someone asks you, what is a disaster? How do you define a disaster? Right? You can't give a haphazard explanation. You have to give a well thought out, logical, scientific explanation to make someone else understand what is a disaster. See, when it comes to definitions like these, basic definitions, don't mug them up. Don't mug up these definitions. UPSC will not reward you for producing these points verbatim. I mean, you don't have to learn this through rote memorization. That will never work for UPSC exam. Please understand the concept. Once you understand the concept, you can easily define or explain any topic in your own words. To explain what is a disaster or to define what is a disaster, I have taken the definition directly from the Disaster Management Act. That is the reference for us. This is the primary law we have in India that deals with disaster management. So I have taken the textbook definition from there. But you don't have to by heart this. You don't have to mug it up. Understand the concept of disaster, then try to explain that in your own words. That is what will set your answer apart. Now, see, all those who write the mains exam, they will all be aware of the basic definition. If everyone reproduces the same point, the evaluators will know that this student has simply memorized everything and they are vomiting everything in the answer paper. Such students will never get good marks. Trust me on this. Those who stand out, right, they are the ones who are producing their own opinions, their own answers based on what they have learned, based on what they have understood. Is that clear? You don't have to take the definition I am giving you. I might explain it in my own words. But once you understand that concept, try to write that down in your own words. Make it your own explanation. Is that clear? That's very, very important in UPSC exams. So let's see what the Disaster Management Act says about a disaster. I'll explain this, I'll break it down. Based on that, you can form your own explanation of what exactly is a disaster. Is that clear? So, disaster, if you look at the grammatical meaning as well, if you open any dictionary, disaster basically refers to a calamity. Essentially, it is a catastrophic event. It's a devastating, unfortunate event. It's a catastrophe, a mishap, or call it a calamity. Such events, such catastrophic events, which occur in a particular region, if these catastrophic events, if they cause large scale loss of life, if there is lot of human suffering because of this catastrophic event, if property has been destroyed and damaged, when I say property, it refers to private property, that is houses, agricultural fields. It also refers to public infrastructure, including your critical infrastructure. All right. And if these events are causing large scale degradation of your environment, of your biodiversity, right? Such events are labeled as a disaster. Is that clear? It's basically a calamity, it's a catastrophic event. It might be due to natural causes, it might be entirely natural, which is not under our control. Like, for example, earthquakes, volcanoes, right? They are natural hazards and they are not under human control. There is no way we can interfere with the process of earthquakes and volcanoes, right? So it could be entirely natural or it could be man made. For example, an industrial accident, an explosion in a industry, the leakage of a toxic chemical gas, or a nuclear accident in a nuclear plant. These are man made disasters. Or sometimes it could be a combination of the two. For example, man made factors could be aggravating the natural causes, increasing the impact of a disaster. Like, for example, global warming, right? Because of industrial revolution, because of large scale deforestation, burning of fossil fuels, we have released a lot of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, thus contributing to the warming of the atmosphere. The global warming that we humans have caused, right? We have accelerated global warming, right? Global warming is a natural process which has been further accelerated because of anthropogenic activities. So, this has caused a long term climate change. The global warming that we have caused through man made factors or anthropogenic factors, this has led to almost long term permanent changes in the atmosphere, in wind circulation, in oceanic currents, right? It has increased the melting of ice caps and glaciers. So, this is increasing the degree of extreme weather events. We are seeing more extreme weather events. The frequency has gone up, and even the impact of these events has gone up. We have directly contributed to a greater frequency of extreme weather events. They are occurring more frequently. And even the amplitude or the impact of these extreme weather events has increased. Is that clear? So, this is a case of natural causes being aggravated by anthropogenic causes or man made causes. So, man made factors can act in combination with natural factors that leads to a catastrophic disaster. Is that clear? The deforestation we have caused is directly contributing to more landslides, more floods. The global warming we have caused is contributing to more cyclones and more intense cyclones, which are having a higher impact. You would have come across this in newspapers as well, that human exploitation of the Himalayas has caused Himalayas to become more vulnerable. There's a reason why you are witnessing more landslides, more floods in Himachal Pradesh, in Uttarakhand. And a part of the reason is the anthropogenic factors that we have caused through man made activities. Through this, we have aggravated the natural causes, which is resulting in more frequent disasters. They are occurring more frequently and their impact is higher compared to before. Is that clear? Today, due to rise in temperatures, we are seeing more heat wave conditions. We are seeing more forest fires and they are more intense than before, right? So we have basically contributed to more extreme weather events, causing more disasters with a higher impact. So a disaster or a catastrophe, it could occur entirely due to natural causes with no human involvement, or a disaster could be completely due to man-made causes like an industrial accident, or it could be a combination of the two, a combination of natural and man-made factors. So such a catastrophic event, such a calamity, which is causing substantial loss of human life, where people are getting killed in large numbers, where people are getting injured on a large scale. And such events also cause large scale destruction of property. It could destroy homes, it could bring down buildings, it could destroy agricultural fields, it could destroy your infrastructure. Roads, railway lines could be damaged. Power lines, mobile internet connectivity can be completely disrupted because of such calamities. So, when public infrastructure and critical infrastructure is damaged, it leaves behind a devastating economic impact. Is that clear? These disasters can also damage the environment and biodiversity. For example, flooding causes water pollution, right? Forest fires can destroy biodiversity. They can kill a number of threatened species of flora and fauna. So, such events which cause devastating impact on the community, on the affected area, and if the community's capacity to cope with the disaster has been overwhelmed, such an event is called a disaster. Is that clear? All these factors have to be considered. So, a disaster is a catastrophic event, a calamity occurring due to natural or man made or a combination of these factors. It causes large scale loss of life, damage to property and infrastructure, and degradation of your environment and biodiversity. And the affected region, the affected community, their ability to cope with the disaster will be overwhelmed. The magnitude, the impact is such that the community will be overwhelmed. They can't cope with the impact on their own. The damage would be so severe that the community will be crippled. The affected area will be set back and they will need outside help, outside support to cope with the impact of disaster. Now, take the latest wildfire in Hawaii, which happened just few days back. An entire town was burnt by this devastating wildfire in Hawaii in the United States. The impact of the disaster was so serious that the people, the native people who were affected, right, their ability to cope with the disaster was breached. It was overwhelmed, right? Their ability to cope with the event, the ability to resist the impact of the disaster was completely overwhelmed. Their capacity was completely breached and they needed outside support. They needed first aid, basic supply of food, water, and essentials from the outside. They needed emergency relief from the outside. So, such events, such calamity or catastrophic events, which causes large scale damage to life and property, is called a disaster. Is that clear? In simple words, disaster is a calamity or a catastrophe which is causing large scale loss of life and property, and it could be natural or man made or a combination of both. So, this is the basic explanation of a disaster. Now that you have understood this, you can present this in your own words. You don't have to write it as it is. You don't have to sit and mug up and by heart the exact same lines. Even in a paragraph or in bullet points, you can explain in your own words what is a disaster and give examples as well to explain what is a disaster. Is that clear? So there are many different types of disasters that occur. We have earthquakes, we have landslides, we have forest fires, cold wave, heat wave, we have cloud bursts, glacial lake outburst flood. There are plenty of different types of disasters. These disasters are essentially known as a hazard. Is that clear? Hazard is a concept. It's another concept that you should understand. Now that you know what is disaster, let me explain what exactly is a hazard and how it is related to disaster. Hazard and disaster are slightly different. They're not the same. They're connected to each other. The two concepts are linked, but they're not the same. Please understand this. So now you know what is a disaster, right? Disaster is a catastrophic event, a calamity which has already happened. But before the calamity can happen, there is a potential state, a potential for such a calamity to occur. This potential state or a potential substance or a potential event which has the ability to cause the disaster is called a hazard. Hazard is basically a risk that exists, right? Now, let's say there is some dangerous substance present in a particular region. Maybe there is a toxic chemical present in a given region. Or let's say in a particular region, you have a lot of hills and mountains, and the hills are not strong enough. The slopes are not strong enough. So that slopy area, it has the potential. It is in a state where a landslide might happen. Correct? Similarly, coastal areas, they are more prone to cyclones and tsunamis compared to an inland area. So this potential state or potential substance or potential event which can cause a disaster, which might cause a disaster, is called a hazard. A hazard might lead to a disaster. Please understand this. There could be a hazard to people that could cause death, injury, spread diseases, cause mental trauma. There could be a hazard to goods, that is to property, infrastructure, etc., which causes economic loss. And there could be hazard to the environment, which causes loss of biodiversity, which could wipe out several species of flora and fauna, or which could cause pollution in the environment. Such potential substances, potential states, and potential events which can become a disaster is called a hazard. Is that clear? I'm sure some of you still might be confused. So let me explain this with an example. I'll give you a hypothetical example to understand what is hazard, how it is linked with disaster, how are they different. All right, let's see this with an example. Now, let's say this is a hill, a mountain which is present. On this slope, on the slope of the mountain, there is a large boulder which is sitting. It's a imaginary situation, it's a hypothetical situation I'm presenting. Imagine there is a mountain, a slope is present. On top of the slope, right, at the higher reaches, you have a large boulder which is sitting. Naturally, the boulder has been held, right? The boulder does not roll down. Naturally, the boulder has been supported by other material and it is holding its place. Now, imagine there is a village present here. At the foothill, imagine there is a village present. All right. Now, this is situation A. Let's call it situation A. Now, let me give you one more situation. You have the same mountain, the same boulder sitting on the slope, which is naturally resting. It has natural support, but there is no habitation. There is no habitation here. Let's call this situation B. Let's call this situation B. Now, you guys tell me which of them constitutes a hazard. Is it A or B or both? Let me know in the comments. In this hypothetical situation that I have given, right, which of the situation constitutes a hazard? Is it A, B, or both? Some are saying A, a lot of students are saying A, very few are saying B, some are saying both. Let me tell you the answer. Both the situations constitute a hazard. Is that clear? Both A and B constitute a hazard. Why? Because please remember the definition. Remember the explanation I gave you. Hazard is a potential state, a potential event, or a potential substance that might cause a disaster. In both the cases, it is possible for the boulder to slide down the mountain and strike the bottom. The boulder can come rolling down in both the instances. If this natural support is weakened, now let's say there is an earthquake which causes trembling and that weakens the support structure, and as a result, the boulder will come rolling down. Now, since the potential state is actually turning into a calamity or a catastrophe, both of them represent a state of hazard, right? Both of them potentially can cause a disaster. But will both of them cause a disaster? No, that is where the answer differs. If this boulder were to roll down, then the disaster will occur. The hazard becomes a disaster only in case of situation A. Because remember the definition of disaster. Disaster is a calamity, a catastrophe, where there is large scale loss of human life, large scale damage to property, infrastructure, and environment. Right? Where the ability of the community to cope with the disaster is overwhelmed, their capacity is breached. That is when hazard becomes a disaster. If the boulder, which is currently in a hazardous state, if it rolls down and strikes the village here at the foothill, that is when it becomes a disaster. But in situation B, the hazard will remain a hazard, or rather, a better way of putting it is that the hazard will not become a disaster. It will not become a devastating disaster in the second case, in the case of the second situation. Even if the boulder rolls down and strikes the bottom bottom of the mountain here, it will not have much of an impact because there are no houses present, no people present. Assume it's a hypothetical situation. Assume there's no infrastructure, no villages. It's largely a barren land which is present. So, in such an open area, even if the boulder rolls down, there is no disaster. It does not become a catastrophe or a calamity. It just remains a hazard, right? And you don't call that a disaster exactly. So, that is how hazard and disaster are linked. That is how they are slightly different from each other. All right. I hope now it's clear to everyone. I'll repeat these points. Disaster is a calamity, a catastrophic event occurring due to natural or man made causes, which leads to large scale damage to life, property, and environment. In case of a disaster, the capacity of the affected region is overwhelmed. The people of the region are not able to cope and deal with the impact of the disaster. They rely on outside support. That is what we call as a disaster. Hazard is a potential state, a potential event, or a substance which has the ability to cause a disaster. It is yet to happen. All right. Even if it happens, whether it becomes a disaster or not depends on the damage it's going to cause. All right. Such a potential state which can harm people, property, and environment is called a hazard. All right. Now, let me give you one more example. Let's say there is a uninhabited island. There are no human beings on this island. There is no infrastructure present, right? In this island, or let's say it's a desert, an open desert, in such a land area, in such an area, if let's say there is a massive earthquake, there is an earthquake of 9 magnitude, this event will not become a disaster because even though it's a very high magnitude earthquake, it will not cause any loss of life. It will not cause any damage to infrastructure, right? So a mega earthquake of 9 magnitude, right? Even though it occurs in a certain place, because it is uninhabited, there is no infrastructure, no damage caused, it does not exactly become a disaster. On the other hand, even a 7 magnitude earthquake in a densely populated city or in a hilly mountainous area can cause a deadly disaster. Imagine in a densely populated city if hundreds of buildings are flattened by a 7 magnitude earthquake. The earthquake is just a hazard, it's just a potential state. But because of the damage it causes to people, property, and environment, it becomes a disaster. That hazardous event becomes a disaster due to the impact it is having on people, property, and environment. Understood? So that is the slight difference between a hazard and a disaster. Hazard becomes a disaster when it leads to catastrophic losses. When catastrophic damage is reported, when the hazard actually transpires, that is when it becomes a disaster. Is that clear? These are two very, very important concepts that you should understand. That's why I gave you a couple of examples. All right? I gave you these hypothetical situations where both A and B, picture A, picture B, both are representing a hazardous state. You have a mountain, on the slope, there is a large boulder sitting which might roll down at any point in time. So both A and B are hazards. It's a potential state where a possible disaster might happen. But disaster will occur only in case of A, not in case of B, because there is vulnerability present. There is exposure at the bottom of the hill. There at the foothills, there is a village present. There is infrastructure present. So if the boulder rolls down, it will destroy these houses, destroy the infrastructure, kill people, thus leading the hazard to become a disaster in case of picture A. In case of picture B, it's not a disaster exactly. Even if the hazard were to transpire, even if that potential event were to occur, right? That is, if the boulder were to roll down, since there is no habitation, no infrastructure here, it's largely a barren land, it will not become a disaster. All right? So that is the slight difference you have between a hazard and a disaster. Both are connected, but both are slightly different. Clear? I hope everyone has understood these key concepts. Right. Now, let me explain the different types of hazards. Let's move to the next topic and understand what are the different types of hazards that we have and how do we classify them. First, we have natural hazards, which occur due to natural causes, natural factors. And we also have man-made hazards. Please write down this point. There are two types of hazards, essentially, natural and man-made. Now, within the natural category, under natural hazards, we have 6 major natural hazards that have been categorized. Is that clear? So, the primary classification is natural hazard and man-made hazard. Under the natural category, there are 6 different types of hazards that are present. This classification is done on the basis of the origin of the hazard or the source of the hazard. Depending on what natural process is responsible for the hazard, depending on the natural process, depending on the source, the origin, it is classified into these 6 subcategories. All right. We have hydrological hazard, meteorological hazard, climatological, geophysical, biological, and extraterrestrial. All these points that I'm making, these factual points are very, very important for your prelims as well. You can expect a static concept based question. UPSC might give you 3 statements. First statement might define disaster. Second statement might define hazard. Third statement might categorize or differentiate between different types of hazards. And UPSC will ask you to check how many of these statements are correct or incorrect, right? Such conceptual questions can come in prelims. So please note down the 6 types of natural hazards that are present. The classification is done on the basis of the source, on the origin, that is, what natural process in our nature, in our environment, in the earth is causing this hazard, leading to this hazard. Is that clear? Now, let me explain these natural hazards one by one so that you guys have complete clarity on this topic. Let's begin with hydrological hazard. As the name itself indicates, these hazards are basically a result of the flow of water on the surface. Water flow on the surface, that is hydrological factors, are causing these disasters primarily. All right, such disasters are labeled as hydrological hazards or hydrological events. The best example is a flood. Floods which happen, right? Maybe the flood of a river, the flood of a lake, or even coastal flooding during cyclones and tsunamis. These floods which are occurring, right, they turn into a hazard and a disaster mainly because of the nature of water flow on the surface, how the water is flowing in the drainage basin, right? Whether water is spilling over from outside the drainage basin and flooding the other habited areas, human habited areas. So, this flow of water, the manner in which water is flowing, determines the hazard and the disaster. So, such disasters, such hazards linked with flow of water is called a hydrological hazard. So, flood is the best example. Is that clear? Another example which is also placed under this category is usually a landslide. But landslides, please remember, is a secondary disaster. Now, what do you mean by this? It means that disasters, hazards are connected to one another. There could be a sequence of hazards that causes disasters, multiple disasters. For example, there could be a massive earthquake in a region, in a hilly area. This mega earthquake could cause a landslide. Now imagine if there is a huge earthquake, a high magnitude earthquake in a hilly mountainous area. So in the slopy area, all the material will come crashing down. The soil, debris, rocks, they'll all come crashing down, causing a landslide. This landslide in turn can cause a flood. Some of you might be surprised. How can landslide cause a flood? See, landslide, now imagine there are two mountains like this. A landslide has occurred because of maybe an earthquake, maybe due to heavy rainfall. All the soil material has been accumulated here in the valley. If landslide happens in the slope, all the rock, soil material, the debris gets accumulated in the valley. Now, this will obstruct the flow of water. This debris which is collected here, it becomes like a natural dam. Landslides can form these natural dam-like structures in the valley. The problem is these natural dams, they're very weak. They're not strong enough. It's just formed because of all the rock and soil material that has crashed into the valley. This will be holding back the water, the flow of water in the valley. These natural dams can breach very easily. As water accumulates behind the natural dam, the dam could get breached and cause floods in the downstream area. That is the sequence of events in the real world. So in this case, we will label earthquake as the primary disaster. We will label a landslide occurring because of an earthquake as a secondary disaster, and we will label the flood caused by the landslide as a tertiary disaster. That is how hazards are interconnected. Disasters are linked, right? It's like a domino effect, a chain effect, where one event causes another hazardous event. All right? There could be another example. Imagine there is extreme rainfall. Let's say there is a cloud burst which has happened. All right? Because of such heavy rainfall, there could be massive floods, especially in hilly, slopy areas. So, when water is flowing down at a rapid pace in a slopy area, it will weaken the soil structure. The flood water, which is flowing with great velocity, right? The water will seep into the soil in the slopy area. The soil becomes saturated with water and loses its structural integrity. Such slopes, right, they can slide down. They can lose the structural integrity and crash into the valley, causing a landslide. So a flood can cause a landslide as well. So these type of landslides occurring due to hydrological phenomena is also placed under the hydrological category of hazard. Essentially, these are hazards which are happening due to the flow of water, right? The nature of flow of water on the surface of the earth, right? Either due to heavy rainfall or due to dam burst or coastal flooding. When they cause floods and landslides, these hazards are called as hydrological hazards. Primarily, it's a result of the flow of water. The natural cause is the flow of water. So it's related to the hydrography of the region, the hydrology of that drainage basin, right? So floods and landslides occurring due to floods is usually placed under this category. It's a hydrological hazard. Next, the second type, meteorological hazard. Meteorological hazards are a result of meteorological phenomena. Meteorological phenomena, which is basically your extreme weather events. We call them extreme weather events. It's a result of extreme weather in a given place. Such hazards are called meteorological. For example, a severe cyclonic storm, tropical cyclones, extreme rainfall, cloud bursts, and even extreme temperatures, extreme heat or extreme cold that causes heat wave and cold wave. All right? All these are extreme weather phenomena. These are extreme fluctuations in the weather of a given region. They can cause massive disasters. Tropical cyclone can cause a devastating impact. Cold wave, heat wave are equally dangerous. Cloud bursts and extreme rainfall, right, can cause a lot of devastation leading to a major disaster. All these are weather related phenomena, meteorological phenomena. These are essentially extreme weather events, right? So such events occurring due to extreme weather, they are placed under the category of meteorological hazards. All right? Next, climatological hazard. This is a result of long-term climate change. Long-term climate change, which could be natural, man-made, or a combination of the two, this could cause some hazards which turns into a disaster, like forest fires, for example, droughts, glacial lake outburst flood or GLOF, All these are examples of climatological hazards. They are occurring primarily because of long term changes in the climate of the world. I hope you guys have covered your basics in geography, right? This would have been covered in your school as well, even in our geography classes for UPSC exams. You would have understood the difference between weather and climate. It's a very, very basic difference that you should be aware of. I hope everyone knows this. What is weather? What is climate? How are they different? Right? Extreme weather causes meteorological hazards like tropical cyclones, heavy rainfall, cloudbursts, etc. Long-term changes in climate causes climatological hazards like forest fires, droughts, GLOF events, etc. Climate is a global phenomena, right? Climate is something that prevails over centuries, over millions of years. Weather is more seasonal. Weather is seasonal, it keeps changing. And weather is also region specific, right? Weather is specific to a given small region and it keeps changing every season, like your summer, spring, winter, autumn, right? Rainy season. These seasonal changes which happen, that is weather. These are localized phenomena specific to small regions, given regions. Climate is more global in nature, right? It affects large regions and it persists over very long periods of time. Like, for example, the Earth was under ice age for millions of years. Then global temperatures increased. Now we are seeing rapid increase in temperatures again, right? So this is a long-term change which happens in the climate. And of course, climate influences weather. Changes in climate will influence weather in different parts of the world, right? So that is the basic difference between your weather and climate. Weather is seasonal, changing every few months in a particular region, whereas climate is a more long-term phenomena, changing once in several years, maybe hundreds of years, thousands of years, right? So these changes that are happening in our weather and climate, they can cause these hazards and they are appropriately classified as meteorological hazards and climatological hazards. Next, biological hazard. This is very simple. I don't even have to explain this. Biological agents, bioagents, such as pathogens, when they spread amongst humans or animals or birds or plants, they can have a deadly impact. All right? So if the source is a bioagent, a biological agent, an infectious pathogen, a communicable disease, such hazards are called biological hazards. For example, toxic algal blooms. There are few toxic algae, and these sudden blooms, right, they are harmful to the environment and to the aquatic life and to humans as well. All right. Then you have infectious pathogens such as viruses, bacteria, fungus, etc., which can cause epidemics and pandemics. The world has just witnessed a massive pandemic, a once in a lifetime pandemic, the COVID 19 pandemic. There are several epidemics in different parts of the world, like the Zika epidemic, Ebola epidemic, right? So, the spread of such infectious microorganisms could be a virus or a bacteria or a fungus, right? That causes a biological hazard, turning into a disaster. Or there could even be infestation of an insect or pests, pest infestation or insect infestation. right? That could destroy crops, affect humans, affect food security, right? Even they are a biological hazard that could turn into a disaster. Can you guys give me any example of an insect based biohazard? Have you come across any such insect or pest based infestation that turns into a biohazard causing a disaster? Can you give any examples for that? Anyone? Locust attack. Very good. Many students have given that answer. Abhijit, Deepika, Satyam, Janvi, Ruchita, Anandu. Very good. Many of you have given the right answer. You have this insect called locust. It's like a grasshopper. All right. These locusts, if there is an outbreak, right, they spread in very large numbers. In one swarm of locust, you will have millions and millions of locusts. And these swarms, they start migrating, they start moving from region to region. And wherever they go, they destroy the crops, they destroy the agricultural fields, thus damaging the rural economy, thus destroying food security, causing hunger, causing inflation, and spreading diseases as well. Recently, the world has witnessed a locust attack. In the last few years, we have seen a locust infestation spreading from Africa, all right, from northern and eastern Africa. A massive locust swarm spread into West Asia, spread across Iran, Pakistan, and even hit Rajasthan of India. This entire region from Africa to India was very badly affected by a locust infestation. It's a very recent event, it happened just few years back. Then one more example is rodent infestation. In Mizoram, back in 1950s, there was a deadly spread in rat and rodent population. There was a sudden explosion in the rat and rodent population in 1950s, and this led to destruction of crops, destruction of all the food grains that are stored. It caused immense human suffering, and it became one of the reasons for the breakout of Mizo insurgency. The Mizo people, the Mizo tribe, they felt neglected by the government during this disaster, during this plague that was spreading, right? And they expressed their anger by taking arms against the state, which triggered Mizo insurgency in Mizoram. It was caused by rodent infestation as a result of a natural outbreak of these rodents. So, such insect or pest infestation that affects human beings, that affects the economy, that affects our crops, right? Even they could turn into a disaster. So, it's a biohazard. It's caused by a bioagent. So, all these are different types of biological agents causing, potentially causing these disasters. Next, geophysical hazard. The next type of natural hazard. Geophysical, the name itself tells you, it's related to the geology of the earth and it's related to the physical movement that is happening inside our earth. Is that clear? Inside the earth's surface, right, at the below the crust, the mantle, even at the core, right, throughout the interior of the earth, there are few geological physical movements which are happening. You would have studied tectonic plate movement, for example, the movement of tectonic plates, how different tectonic plates on which the continental landmass is sitting, they are in constant flux, they are in constant movement, right? They're all sitting on hot magma, and these continental land masses that rest on these tectonic plates, they are in constant motion. You would have studied in geography about Gondwana land. All the present continents you have, the landmass that we have today, they were all part of one massive landmass, continental landmass called Gondwana land. From India to Australia to Africa, South America, North America, they were all part of one gigantic landmass. But over millions of years, due to tectonic activity, due to the drifting apart of the tectonic plates, right? These land masses, they have moved apart, and these physical movements happening in the interior, it causes subsidence of the plates. That is, one plate subsiding under another plate, one plate diving under another plate, or one plate sliding against another tectonic plate, or one plate drifting apart from another tectonic plate. All these geophysical movements happening inside the earth, right? They can cause many disasters. These potential events are called geophysical hazards, such as an earthquake. Earthquake is a result of this seismic activity happening in the interior, right? The tectonic plates, which are in constant motion, right? Two plates might be brushing against each other. They might be sliding against each other or drifting apart. Or one plate could be diving under another plate, which is called subsidence of a plate. So, this physical movement happening in the interior of the earth causes seismicity, right? It could result in seismic events where shock waves are released, energy is released when the plates are disrupted, when they break apart suddenly. And this energy that dissipates across the surface can cause mega earthquakes. It causes trembling of the earth's crust. It could lead to volcanic eruption. Massive volcanoes might erupt, where all the hot lava magma present at the crust mantle level will get thrown out into the surface and the atmosphere, releasing toxic gases that causes a major disaster. All right? These events, in turn, if they happen under seas and oceans, they can trigger mega tsunamis, right? Tsunami is also a geophysical hazard. It's not a hydrological hazard. Please remember this. Tsunami is not happening just because of the flow of water. The flow of water is triggered by something else, which is a geophysical event. So, under the seas and the oceans, a mega underwater earthquake or a massive volcano or a massive landslide, that is what triggers a tsunami. So, the primary source in case of tsunami is a geophysical hazard. Geophysical events are causing a tsunami. That's why tsunami is not a hydrological hazard. Rather, it's a geophysical hazard. In fact, some of these hazards that we are discussing, they have apocalyptic potential, meaning they can cause an apocalypse. They have the potential to wipe out life, wipe out human beings and all life forms on earth. Is that clear? You have this potential in volcanoes, in earthquakes, in pandemics, droughts. These are events which can have a global impact. In the past, there are many examples. Droughts have destroyed multiple civilizations, wiping out entire civilizations. Mega earthquakes, volcanoes, pandemics, they have wiped out several life forms, right? And these events, they do have apocalyptic potential. Potentially, it can eliminate most of the life on earth. All right? So these hazards, some of them are extremely dangerous. They're not just restricted to one region. Like, for example, floods or cyclones, right? They're very limited. Even landslides are limited to certain regions of the world. But a massive earthquake, a massive volcano, they could wipe out life across the earth. Is that clear? So these are all events and hazards which have apocalyptic potential, which can threaten life on earth. Then the last natural hazard is extraterrestrial or alien hazard. hazards coming from the outer space. Of course, I'm not referring to an alien invasion by an intelligent alien species, right? Although that can't be ruled out entirely, right? Of course, but we are not referring to this alone. We are more referring to the immediate impact of cosmological outer space events on Earth, like adverse space weather. I'm sure you guys would have heard about solar flares, the massive solar eruptions that happen from the sun, right? On the sun's surface, the solar surface, there are these solar flares that are emitted. There are massive ejections of solar material that triggers these adverse solar weather conditions, space weather conditions, which could cause damage to Earth's magnetic field, to the atmosphere. It could knock out satellites. It could destroy power grids. It could disrupt electronics and communication, right? And potentially, space weather can harm life on Earth as well. A massive solar flare can simply rip apart the atmosphere of the Earth, thus destroying life on Earth as we know. Then, near Earth objects, the more serious immediate threat that we face, a potential strike by a comet or an asteroid. These meteor strikes can wipe out life on Earth. In fact, previously, some events at least have contributed to elimination of life on Earth. Like the Jurassic era, dinosaurs were wiped out, most likely by a meteor strike. There are plenty of such near Earth objects, right, which are parts of comets or asteroids or planets. There's a lot of solar dust, large solar debris that's left behind in our space, in our Milky Way galaxy, right? Potentially, they might be on a collision course towards the Earth. If such a catastrophic collision were to happen, it could be a apocalyptic event, right? Even these extraterrestrial threats are natural hazards, which potentially can cause a mega massive disaster. So this is how we classify different types of disasters, right? These are hazards essentially. They're all potential states and events. But when they occur and when they cause large scale loss of life, damage to infrastructure and property, then they become a disaster. All right? They all occur due to natural causes. Most of it, they are beyond human control. The other category of hazard is the man made category. Through human activities, either due to accident or due to negligence or due to deliberate sabotage, there could be man made disasters that might happen. The most likely man made hazard is industrial hazards that turn into industrial disasters. For example, leakage of a toxic gas, like the Bhopal gas tragedy, right? Which happens to be one of the world's biggest industrial disasters that happened back in 1985. Boiler explosions. There are several industries where you have hazardous conditions, dangerous conditions. In certain factories, there are large industrial boilers which are used to produce steam, right? For example, in metallurgical industries, in thermal power plants. So, coal is burnt in these furnaces where water is heated in these industrial boilers to produce steam. In such industries, you have high temperature, high pressure conditions. You have extremely high temperature and high pressure conditions. Now, imagine in one of these factories, if the equipment malfunctions, let's say there is something wrong with the design of the boiler, or maybe the factory owners, they have been negligent in maintaining the equipment. to make more profits, to reduce their investments and their input cost, they might have postponed servicing, they might have not maintained the equipment, they might have postponed the replacement of spare parts. So, when such safety measures and protocols are not followed in the industry, it could cause such accidents, which is due to negligence, pure negligence. Sometimes it could just be a accident, it's just fate, right? There could be a catastrophic malfunction, which is again not completely under human control. But since it's occurring due to man made factors, man made events, it becomes a man made hazard. But most likely cause is negligence. Negligence, the failure to follow safety norms and standard protocols, the failure to service the equipment on time, the failure to replace the spare parts and maintain the equipment properly, and even poor design, poor construction. All these factors could contribute to such devastating industrial accidents. Boiler explosions are very common in metallurgical industries, in thermal power plants, where many factory workers are killed. Is that clear? Now imagine if there is a residential neighborhood next to the factory, right? If there are thousands of houses near industrial zones, leakage of a toxic gas or chemical could pollute the entire region, killing several people. Or a massive explosion or even a huge fire could spread uncontrollably, causing large scale devastation in the region, right? So, such events happening in the industry due to negligence, due to accidents, or it could be deliberate, it could be a deliberate act of sabotage. Someone might deliberately cause the accident. There could be miscreants who might do it, or there could be employees who are unhappy with the management. Let's say a group of employees have been fired or they have not been given promotion, right? So they will have a grudge against the owners. So to take revenge, they might manipulate the equipment, the functioning of the plant to deliberately cause an explosion or a fire or an accident. Or there could be a terror attack where there is a leakage of chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear material, which we term as a CBRN hazard. These are deliberate acts of sabotage where miscreants, disgruntled employees, right, or terrorists might deliberately cause an accident in a toxic, dangerous industry, leading to a major disaster. So these disasters that occur due to terrorism and due to warfare, they are separately categorized as CBRN hazards. The usage of chemical weapons, biological weapons, radioactive leakage or nuclear explosion, usage of nuclear bombs, or a nuclear accident or a nuclear disaster in a nuclear plant, they are categorized separately as CBRN hazards because usually they are an outcome of warfare. Countries might have used a biological agent to wage a bio war against another country. Countries might have used chemical agents against another country. Terrorists might have gotten hold of chemical biological agents to cause a terror attack. Or nuclear weapons might be used, like the United States dropping nuclear bombs on Japan, on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? Or even nuclear accidents where there is large scale nuclear leakage and radiation leakage, like Fukushima disaster, the Chernobyl disaster, 3 Mile Island incident. All these are major nuclear incidents which have happened. Or in a worst case scenario, terrorists might get hold of nuclear material. They might set off a dirty bomb, a rudimentary nuclear device, causing nuclear leakage and radiation leakage. So, such hazards, which involve an element of national security, they are separately categorized under CBRN category. These CBRN hazards, they have a large scale impact, inhuman impact, because their damage is very widespread. Even the usage of chemical biological weapons, right? It's inhuman. That's why we have conventions to prohibit the production and usage of chemical biological weapons. We have Chemical Weapons Convention and Biological Weapons Convention that prohibits the usage of these weapons, right? Because these weapons, they cause indiscriminate damage. They hurt hundreds and thousands of people, innocent civilians, and it causes brutal death and injuries. So that is why these disasters are dealt with separately. Is that clear? Take, for example, how United States used chemical weapons in Vietnam during the Vietnam War. How Syria has used chemical agents in the ongoing civil war. There are allegations of Russia using chemical weapons as well in Ukraine, right? It's prohibited, but still countries have done it in the past, and it's believed some countries still possess chemical and biological weapons. Any such large scale incident, CBRN incident, which is usually a result of warfare or terrorism, is separately categorized as CBRN hazard as it involves an element of national security. Is that clear? These are man made hazards, your industrial accidents and CBRN hazards. Got it? Don't worry, I have given many examples, but it will keep repeating. This is still an introduction. We are just understanding the different types of hazards. Going forward, we will talk about each disaster separately, and there we'll have a more detailed discussion with a reiteration, repetition of all the examples that I have mentioned. Is that clear? So now, what I want you guys is to understand these basic concepts. I hope it's clear as to what is a disaster, what is a hazard, what are the different types of hazards, right? So this completes some basic concepts. I think now we can take a short break. Let's take a short 15 minutes break. We'll come back and we'll resume the discussion. I have few more concepts to cover. After the break, I'll be talking about vulnerability. It's a very important concept. We will discuss disaster risk and we'll understand the impact of environmental degradation and how it increases disaster risk. We will also talk about India's vulnerability. What is the vulnerability of India towards disasters? All right, these are some basic concepts that we will be covering today. But let's take a 15 minutes break. We'll come back and resume the discussion. So let's come back at 7:50. It's almost 7:35. So take a 15 minutes break, refresh yourselves, come back, and I'll come back and start the session. But before we start, I'll take your questions. I'll take all your doubts. Any questions, please post them. SMEs, please dismiss the questions, the good questions, kindly dismiss them. And I will take a look at all the questions and I'll try to answer them. And then we'll come back to our discussion. So I'll see you back at 7:50. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the session. First, let's take up some questions and doubts, and then we'll proceed with the discussion. A student is asking, what is vulnerability? Don't worry, that is the next topic for discussion. I see that there are many questions asking me to explain biological disaster. What is an epidemic? What is a pandemic? Don't worry, just hold on. This is still an introduction. We will study all these disasters in detail. We'll come to biological disasters. We'll have a separate detailed discussion on that. There, I'll explain epidemics and pandemics in detail. So just hold on. That will come up in the other classes. What is CWC, BWC? CWC stands for Chemical Weapons Convention. Similarly, we have Biological Weapons Convention. These are international conventions that have prohibited the production, storage, and use of chemical and biological weapons. Most countries have signed and adopted the convention. They have destroyed their stockpile of chemical biological weapons, and they have committed to never use chemical biological weapons in warfare. Is that clear? So these are international conventions that prohibit the usage and the production of chemical and biological weapons. Next, Swati is asking, can deep fake be a type of disaster in the modern world? No. Using deep fakes to cause a economic fraud or a cyber incident, those would be cyber attacks. It's a security related incident. It's not a disaster exactly. All right. So it does not fall under a disaster category. It's a cyber security risk. Shaili is asking, sir, these examples that we are studying, can an example fall into multiple categories? For example, cyclone, can it be meteorological hazard as well as a geophysical hazard? No. Cyclone, the example you have quoted, cyclone is just a meteorological hazard because cyclones are forming due to the weather conditions, due to meteorological conditions. So it's not a result of geophysical event. It has nothing to do with the geophysical movement of the tectonic plates. So the hazards we have classified, it is based on the primary source. Like floods are hydrological primarily. Landslides, however, are different. They can usually landslide is a secondary disaster. It can be related to geophysical events like earthquakes, right? Or volcanoes. Earthquakes and volcanoes can trigger landslides. Whereas floods can trigger landslides as well. Heavy rainfall can trigger landslides as well. So landslide maybe falls under two categories. All right. As far as landslides caused by floods and rainfall is concerned, it falls under hydrological category. But other disasters, like let's say droughts, right, and forest fires, they're largely climatological hazards. Whereas heat wave, cold wave conditions, cloud bursts, they're all because of extreme weather, which is a meteorological phenomena. So they're all meteorological hazards. All right, so that's why we have classified them under different categories because there is one major source, single source, contributing to the hazard. Zeba is asking, sir, example of employer sabotage, employee sabotage. See, industrial accidents can be deliberately done. Now, let's say I gave you an example, right? Let's say in a factory, there is a dispute between the employers and the employees. Let's say the employees, the workers, are not happy with the management. It has led to a major dispute, a clash, where they have held a strike or a hartal, and the factory management, they have fired the employees who were leading the protest. Those disgruntled employees who are not happy with the management, some of them, they might take revenge by planning a deliberate accident. Since they know how to operate the plant, they might deliberately cause a malfunction, causing an accident. Or maybe terrorists or miscreants, even they could manipulate the functioning of a dangerous industrial plant, causing an accident, right? So such incidents of industrial disasters become an act of sabotage. Sabotage is deliberate destruction, a deliberate attempt to destroy something. Next, a student is asking, Bhopal gas tragedy is an example of sabotage? No. Bhopal gas tragedy occurred due to negligence, due to poor maintenance. It was not an act of sabotage. Satyam is asking, sir, can forest fires be natural or man-made as well? Yes. Forest fires can occur naturally as well due to natural factors like a heat wave. It can occur due to man-made factors as well. If deliberate fire is set to clear the forest for agriculture, for industries, even that could cause a forest fire. So forest fires can be caused by both natural and man-made factors. Rahul is asking, sir, with regard to disaster and hazard, one question arises in my mind that what is the difference between disaster and hazard? See, that is what I explained in detail. Hazard and disaster are very closely linked. They're connected, but they're slightly different. Hazard is a potential state. That is, before a disaster occurs, the potential risk that exists, that is a hazard, a potential substance, a toxic substance, or a potential state or a potential event, which can or might turn into a disaster is a hazard. All right. For example, a cyclone is a hazard to begin with. If it causes loss of life, loss of property, damage to environment, then it becomes a disaster, right? An earthquake is a hazard to begin with. It's a potential state. When earthquakes happen, if there is no loss of life, no damage to property, then it remains a hazard. It does not become a disaster. It becomes a disaster when there is a calamity, when there is a catastrophe, when hundreds and thousands of people are killed, thousands are injured, hundreds of buildings are destroyed, infrastructure is destroyed. That is when hazard becomes a disaster. All right, that is the subtle connection between a hazard and a disaster. Godavari says, sir, hacking can also cause industrial disasters. So cybercrime is also a potential disaster. No, not exactly. Yes, through cyber crimes, through cyber warfare, you can cause industrial accidents. For example, by hacking the control systems in a nuclear plant or in an industrial plant, entire industries or power plants can be destroyed. Yes, it causes a disaster, but cybercrime itself is not a disaster. Cybercrime and cyber warfare, they are cybersecurity risks. That causing a disaster is a consequence of that. You can't say cybercrime itself is a disaster. That would be wrong. But through cyber attacks, disasters can be created. Industrial disasters can be caused. Abhishek is asking, earthquakes are examples of secondary disaster? No, earthquake is a primary disaster, right? Tectonic movement and the seismic activity which happens directly causes an earthquake. So earthquake is a primary disaster. Earthquakes can cause landslides, floods, fires. They become secondary and tertiary disasters. All right. So these are the questions. Now let's proceed with the discussion. Let's talk about another important concept known as vulnerability. What is vulnerability? This is another term which we will keep using throughout our discussion. I think everyone understands the grammatical meaning, the dictionary meaning of vulnerability. What do you mean by vulnerability? Vulnerability basically means weakness. It is the extent or the degree to which one is exposed to a hazard. To what extent a region or a given set of people or a community, to what extent, to what degree are they exposed to the risk of the disaster? That weakness is vulnerability. We can also say that the degree of resistance offered by a social system to the impact of a hazardous event is vulnerability. Now, let's understand this in slight detail. Now, let's say the east coast of India compared to interior parts of India. So, based on the geographical location of these places, you can say that east coast of India is more vulnerable to the impact of cyclones and tsunamis because of its geographical location. It means the region is more exposed. It is present in the line of fire, meaning when hazards occur, like cyclones or tsunamis, east coast of India takes the direct hit because of its geographical location. So this is the weakness, the exposure of east coast of India, which makes it more vulnerable compared to interior parts of India. Now, if a major cyclone develops in Bay of Bengal and if it moves towards India, the maximum damage will be on the east coast of India, maybe in West Bengal or Andhra Pradesh or Odisha or Tamil Nadu. Whereas Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh will not be so affected by that cyclone. So, geographical factors is one of the causes of vulnerability. It determines vulnerability. The location, where the place is located, the terrain, the geography of the place determines the weakness or the vulnerability of that region, which is nothing but the degree of resistance of that region, of that social system to the impact of a hazardous event. That's one of the causes. Another cause could be the economic factors of a region. Now compare a developed country with an underdeveloped country. Developed countries have more economic resources, they have access to latest technology, they have better implemented disaster management measures, so they can reduce their vulnerability through better planning, through better preparedness. Whereas a poor, underdeveloped country will face higher risk, higher vulnerability. The degree of resistance that social system can offer to the impact is lesser, thereby making the people of underdeveloped countries and developing countries more vulnerable compared to the people in developed nations. So, economic factors also determine vulnerability. Take, for example, Japan. Japan is one of the most disaster hit countries in the world. It is affected by earthquakes, it is affected by typhoons, tsunamis, and even volcanoes. All right, Japan is one of the most affected countries in the world. But still, Japan copes better than other countries. When these disasters happen, the loss of life is minimal. Sometimes the loss of life in Japan is zero. It's because Japan has increased its resistance. It has reduced its vulnerability through better planning, through better preparedness, through better deployment of technology. Because Japan is an advanced economy, as a developed nation, it has access to these economic resources, and despite its geographical vulnerability, it has reduced the risk through its economic measures, through better governance, through better planning. Is that clear? Whereas a country like Myanmar, a country like Sri Lanka, right, which are developing or underdeveloped countries, when they are hit by cyclones, when they are hit by any disaster, they take a bigger impact because they don't have the economic resources. They haven't planned enough, they haven't prepared, they don't have access to advanced technology. So, people in developing nations, poor countries, in poor regions, are more vulnerable, they are more exposed, they have a higher degree of weakness that reduces their resistance offered to the impact of a disaster. Is that clear? Similarly, social factors also play a role. Political and environmental factors, even they play a role in determining vulnerability. Now, imagine in India, we have a major social divide. right? Between the rich and the poor, between upper caste and lower castes. These weaker sections are more vulnerable to the impact of a disaster. Because of social discrimination and inequality in the society, the weaker sections are more vulnerable to the impact. Take farmers, for example. When cyclones occur, when floods happen, or when droughts or heat waves occur, it's the farmers who take the bigger impact. Whereas cities, right, businesses, the middle class, upper classes, they are not affected much by these disasters. But poor farmers, daily wage workers, manual laborers, they are more affected. So your social factors, your social inequality also determines the extent of vulnerability. So some people, some regions are more vulnerable to the impact of a disaster compared to other set of people and other regions. The degree of resistance will vary depending on all these factors. Now imagine if there is large scale environmental degradation in a particular region. Let's say we have destroyed the forests, destroyed wetlands, destroyed the biodiversity. Obviously, such regions where there is environmental degradation, the vulnerability is more. The region will face a bigger impact of the disaster. On the other hand, a region where environment has been conserved and protected, the degree of resistance of the region will be higher, thereby reducing vulnerability. Let me give you an example. Wetlands and tree cover on your coastline, it acts like a natural buffer, like a natural defense against the impact of tsunamis and cyclones. If your coastal areas are covered with dense tree cover, if you have tall trees and well protected wetlands, they act as a natural buffer which absorb the impact of high speed winds that are generated during a cyclone. They absorb the excess water coming in from the sea during coastal flooding following a cyclone or a tsunami. So those coastal areas where environment is conserved and protected, they offer a higher degree of resistance to the impact that reduces their vulnerability. Their weakness is lower compared to a region where environment has been destroyed, environment has been degraded. In such degraded areas, resistance to the impact of a disaster is low, which increases the vulnerability. Got it? Even political factors play a role. Countries with stable governments, particularly democracies, which are open political systems, there the vulnerability is less. Now imagine a country like Sudan or Niger or Syria. These are countries going through civil war. They don't have proper governments in place. So even a minor disaster in such countries where there is no strong political system, the impact will be more. The degree of resistance offered by the social system, by the people, will be less. That increases their vulnerability. Let me give you some real examples. Syria is going through a civil war from 12 years. Government barely has control over certain parts of the country. Just few months back, there was a devastating earthquake that hit Turkey and Syria. You would have read about this in newspapers. The people of Syria struggle to cope with the impact because there is no stable government. There is a civil war going on. Whereas Turkey, on the other hand, which has a slightly stable government, it was better able to deal with the impact compared to Syria. The same disaster had a different degree of impact on two different regions. Is that clear? I'll give you one more example. Take Somalia. Somalia in East Africa is going through a civil war from almost 30 years. Or take Afghanistan. It's going through a brutal conflict from almost 40 years. Recently, there was a massive earthquake and even a flood in Afghanistan that caused massive damage. In Somalia, there were droughts and heat waves that destroyed the food crops, causing hunger and malnutrition. So these countries which don't have strong political systems and open democracies, they struggle to cope with the impact. Those communities, those regions offer a lower degree of resistance to the impact of the disaster, which means they are more vulnerable, they are more exposed to the impact of the disaster. Whereas countries like United States, India, European countries, South Korea, Japan, even China, even though China is an autocratic country, the government has resources. There is stable governance, it has economic resources through which it can provide better disaster management. So, all these factors play a role in determining vulnerability. Your environmental factors, geographical factors, economic, social, and political. All these factors in a region determine the extent or the degree of vulnerability of a given region. Understood? So, vulnerability can also be defined as a possible future state that implies high risk combined with an inability to cope with the impact of a disaster. India is a perfect example. We have reduced our vulnerability in the last 20 to 30 years, thereby reducing our risk and increasing our ability to cope with the impact of a disaster. Today, India is in a better position due to better planning, better preparedness, due to its economic growth, due to better governance. In the last 30 years, we are offering more resistance to the impact of disasters, which means we have managed vulnerability. We have reduced vulnerability to the extent possible, right? So, vulnerability can be managed. Sometimes the hazard cannot be managed. Like, for example, earthquakes, cyclones, floods. They may not be entirely under human control. Governments may not be able to prevent some disasters. But through better planning, through better preparedness, through better early warning and forecasting, you can reduce your vulnerability. You can protect your people, save lives, offer better resistance to the impact, thus reducing the impact of the disaster itself. So, measuring and understanding vulnerability of a region is very, very important in disaster management. It's one of the key exercises under disaster management. Along with understanding hazard, along with understanding the geographical processes behind a hazard, it's very important to understand your vulnerability and map out the hazard and vulnerability. If you know which country, which region, which state, which district is more vulnerable, you can plan accordingly. You can take appropriate measures to try and prevent disasters or at least mitigate the impact of disasters. All right? So, vulnerability is a key concept in disaster management. It is the characteristic of a person or a group or a region with regard to their capacity to anticipate, cope, and resist and recover from the impact of a disaster. Understood? So, now let me explain what is disaster risk. This is a very, very important concept. Today, across the world, including in India, the focus of disaster management, the focus of disaster management is on disaster risk reduction. This is mandated by the Sendai framework of the United Nations. The Sendai framework is focused on reducing disaster risk. This is the priority in disaster management today in India and around the world. Is that clear? So you should know what is disaster risk. Disaster risk arises when hazard meets with vulnerability and exposure. This is the formula that you should remember. When hazard meets with high vulnerability and high exposure, it means the disaster risk is very high. Let's say a region has high vulnerability, there is a high exposure, and there are hazards present. in a given region. It means that region has high disaster risk. And the opposite is also true. The contrary. If vulnerability is low, if exposure is low, even if hazards are present, the disaster risk will be lower. All right, please look at this infographic. Look at this Venn diagram. When hazard meets with vulnerability and exposure, that is where disaster risk arises. It is at this intersection where disaster risk is located. Sometimes hazards cannot be managed. Natural hazards, especially, they are beyond human control, like earthquakes, even cyclones, landslides, floods, right? They might be occurring due to natural causes, and humans may not have entire control over these natural hazards. But despite the hazard, if you can reduce vulnerability, if you can reduce exposure, you can reduce disaster risk, and thereby you can reduce the losses. This is the whole concept of disaster management today. All right? Hazard may not be managed. Some hazards can be, but not all of them. Especially natural hazards cannot be managed. But yes, man-made hazards can be managed better. Man-made hazards can be managed. It is possible to prevent some man-made hazards. Even some natural hazards can be prevented. Like, for example, you can try and reduce the impact of certain hazards. It is possible to prevent floods. It is possible to prevent landslides. It is possible to mitigate the impact of cyclones. It is possible to mitigate the impact of tsunamis, right? Even though you can't control and mitigate or prevent the entire hazard, at least you can manage it. But along with managing the hazard, if you reduce vulnerability and exposure, the disaster risk will go down, which means the impact, the loss can also be reduced. Is that clear? So, vulnerability is a factor of the physical features of a region, the geographical features, social, economic, political, environmental factors that determine the coping capacity, how well the region can adapt, how well the region can resist the impact. That is vulnerability. Through better planning and preparedness, by taking the right measures in disaster management, you can reduce vulnerability. All right? If you don't take these measures, vulnerability will be very high. Similarly, exposure. Even if there is high exposure, you can reduce the exposure. You can bring down the exposure through structural measures, through population planning, better plans for agriculture, for the economy. Through these disaster management measures, which is implemented through the disaster management cycle, you can bring down exposure, you can bring down vulnerability. And as you reduce vulnerability and exposure, even if there is a hazard, the disaster risk can also be brought down. If you do not take these measures, then vulnerability and exposure will be high, and even minor hazards can have a very high disaster risk. They can cause large scale damage. So that is why the mantra in disaster management is disaster risk reduction. This is the focus which has been identified under Sendai framework, and even India has implemented disaster risk reduction as part of its disaster management. All right. Now, let me give you one example to better understand this. Let's take an example from India, specifically from Odisha. In Odisha, back in 1999, there was a super cyclone that hit the east coast of India. It was a very severe cyclonic storm formed in the Bay of Bengal, and it struck the coastline of Odisha. This cyclone caused enormous damage. More than 10,000 people were killed. There was large scale destruction of property, environment, and agricultural fields. The reason why the impact was high is because India had not reduced the disaster risk. There was no appropriate disaster planning. There was no preparedness, no disaster management cycle that had been implemented back in 1999. That is why this cyclone had a huge impact, killing thousands of people. 10,000 lives were lost. The economy was uprooted, infrastructure was destroyed. This is what happens when you do not reduce vulnerability and exposure. When you do not focus on disaster risk reduction, vulnerability exposure will be high, thus causing higher impact. Now, 20 years later, Odisha is completely different. Today, even a super cyclone will have a very minimal impact because of our focus on disaster risk reduction. In the last few years itself, there have been many heavy cyclonic storms, very intensive cyclonic storms that have hit Odisha and the east coast of India. But the death count is very minimal. Sometimes the death count is in single digits, or maximum it's in lower double digits. Imagine from 10,000 deaths to just around 15, 20, or 9 deaths during a disaster. That is the progress we have made. This is because we have reduced disaster risk by managing vulnerability and exposure. We can't manage the hazard. We can't prevent the cyclone from happening. We can't block the cyclone from hitting the coastline, right? It's largely a natural phenomenon. Yes, there are man-made factors that have aggravated cyclonic conditions, but again, it's largely beyond our immediate control. Despite the same hazard being present, by managing vulnerability, by reducing exposure through our disaster management, we have reduced disaster risk. Understood? So that is the importance of disaster risk reduction in disaster management. Now, if you understand this concept, it will help you immensely in all the other topics. Because throughout this subject, we will be talking about disaster risk reduction. When we discuss different hazards in detail, right, we will talk about how we can manage the disaster, how we can determine vulnerability, how we can reduce exposure, what measures can we take to prevent the disaster or maybe mitigate the impact, right? So through all these measures in planning and preparedness, you can reduce your disaster risk. That is the focus of disaster management today. Got it? So it's a very, very important concept. Now, moving on to the next topic, let me explain how environmental degradation is related to disaster risk. There is a direct relation here. All right? The more you destroy your environment, higher will be the disaster risk, and vice versa. The more you protect and conserve your environment, the lower will be the disaster risk. Please remember this. There are several man-made factors which have aggravated natural hazards because of anthropogenic activity, which is nothing but human activity or man-made activity, such as deforestation, burning of fossil fuels, destruction of biodiversity, destruction of ecosystems. Because of all these human activities, we have contributed to the natural hazards. You are witnessing more frequent and higher impact extreme weather events today. The heat waves are more intense, cold waves are more intense, more cyclones are forming. and cyclone intensity is also higher. There are more wildfires, more droughts. These extreme weather events that you are witnessing around the world, their frequency has gone up, the amplitude or the impact, or basically the intensity of these hazards also has gone up. This is linked with man-made factors that has caused large-scale environmental degradation. All right. For example, over exploitation of resources because of industrial development, urbanization. We have destroyed our forests to pave the way for agriculture. We cut down trees, we set fire to forests to clear land for agriculture, to expand our cities, right? To provide for urbanization, to expand our industrial projects. We clear forests, we destroy forests, causing large scale deforestation. Such deforestation will directly contribute to land degradation, it contributes to soil erosion, it leads to desertification. Essentially, the productivity of the land gets compromised. The land gets degraded. Desert areas will start spreading, right? And the soil gets eroded, which weakens the very inherent strength of the ecosystem. Similarly, we have destroyed our wetlands. We have harmed our coastal environment through large scale pollution, hunting, poaching. They're all responsible for weakening our ecosystems, right? Nature has this brilliant equilibrium, right, where everything balances out. But we humans have disrupted that equilibrium. We have burnt fossil fuels on a massive scale and released large quantities of greenhouse gases that has accelerated global warming. See, global warming is a natural phenomenon. It's because of global warming that the ideal temperature is maintained on the earth. The greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide, right, and methane, these greenhouse gases are released naturally as well. Ideally, there will be an equilibrium without human intervention. If we don't burn fossil fuels, if we don't release greenhouse gases, there is a natural equilibrium in the concentration of greenhouse gases that is essential to retain some heat to maintain ideal temperatures for life to survive. But we humans, due to our industrial activities, due to deforestation, urbanization, we have burnt large quantities of fossil fuels, released greenhouse gases, and accelerated global warming. So global temperatures are rising. It is melting the glaciers and ice caps and the polar areas. It is increasing the sea level, contributing to changes in oceanic currents, wind currents, atmospheric circulation is getting altered. So obviously, this changes the weather patterns. The climate change that we have triggered, the long-term climate change, it leads to more extreme weather events such as more cyclones, floods, forest fires, landslides, etc. Is that clear? Exploitative tourism is another example. For example, look at Uttarakhand, look at Himachal Pradesh. The latest disasters that you're reading about, the huge impact on infrastructure, on human life, is due to large scale exploitation of the Himalayan belt. The Himalayan region is very sensitive, it's ecologically very sensitive. It's already a highly seismic area prone to earthquakes and landslides. And we have aggravated the risk due to deforestation, large scale construction, exploitative tourism. They all increase the risk factors, and as disaster risk increases, the impact will also be higher. This will affect traditional livelihoods, particularly of tribal communities. It will affect traditional practices, including agriculture. So these sections become more and more vulnerable. Rural areas, farmers, tribal communities, they take the biggest impact. All right? By destroying wetlands and coastal ecosystems, we have made ourselves more vulnerable to the impact of cyclones and tsunamis. We have also increased the risk through hunting and poaching. It has weakened our biodiversity. They're all linked with droughts, forest fires, because the strength of our biodiversity, the strength of our ecosystems has been compromised due to environmental degradation and biodiversity destruction. It is this connection that you should understand. Is that clear? There are many other examples you can think of, right? The loss of biodiversity, degradation of our ecosystems. There are plenty of examples for this. And you can relate this with more disasters happening with more frequency and higher impact. So it's very, very important to conserve your environment and biodiversity, to tackle climate change, to protect your forest areas, to increase afforestation, reduce deforestation, protect your wetlands, tackle rising sea levels. So you need long-term climate action measures to reduce fossil fuel consumption, to switch to cleaner forms of energy. And you also need immediate measures to protect our forests, our ecosystems, and our biodiversity. Or else, there will be more disasters happening. The impact will also be higher, and it will be largely borne by the weaker sections who are more vulnerable. Poor countries, small island countries, tribal communities, farmers, right? Minorities, they will bear the biggest impact because they are more vulnerable to the impact of these disasters. So, environmental degradation is directly responsible for increased disaster risk. So, by conserving our environment, by protecting our biodiversity, we can reduce the disaster risk. We can reduce vulnerability and exposure. All right. So, that is a key lesson you take away from this argument. You can present this argument in any question, right, related to disaster management. Is that clear? So, I've given you sufficient examples as well to understand this interconnection. Now, let's look at India's vulnerability. Let's understand to what extent is India affected. It's a very general discussion before we look at each disaster separately. I want to explain what is the impact of disasters on India. How vulnerable is India, right? What kind of human impact is India facing because of disasters? Now, according to this data from 2019, this data was provided by the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, which is a global body that tracks internal displacement. Internal displacement is where people, they lose their homes and livelihood due to war, due to riots, or even due to disasters, right? And they get displaced within the country. They move to a different part of the country because they would have lost their homes and livelihood, either because of war, conflict, etc., or because of disasters. Because of disasters in India, there has been large scale internal displacement. In 2019 alone, at least 5 million people, that is more than 50 lakh people in India, were displaced, which means they lost their homes, they had to be rehabilitated, they lost their livelihood, their jobs, they lost their source of income because of disasters in the country. It makes India one of the most affected countries in the world. The scale, extent of internal displacement is very high because, see, India also is the most populous country in the world today. We have recently overtaken China to become the most populated country in the world, right? We have 1.4 billion people and it's increasing. Population density is also higher, which means more people will be affected by disasters. And more than 5 million people are directly affected. They're displaced because of disasters in India. So, compared to others, India faces the biggest impact, followed by Philippines, Bangladesh, and the others. All right. Now, please look at this map. It depicts the mortality rate, average mortality per year for different states of India. Across India, there are different disasters that occur. You have the entire Himalayan belt over here, which is prone to many kinds of disasters, be it earthquakes, landslides, cloudbursts, and floods, right? There are many, many disasters that affect the Himalayan region. Then you have the plains, the Indo-Gangetic plains, the Brahmaputra Valley. They're all affected by floods, especially, including other disasters like heat waves, cold waves, etc. Then you have Western Ghats, the east coast of India, and even western parts of India. They all suffer from different kinds of hazards and disasters, which increases the mortality rate in our country. In fact, India loses thousands of people every single year due to various disasters, and the average mortality rate is quite high compared to other countries. All right, this again has to do with higher population and more population density. Now, if you look at different states in India, if you look at the vulnerability of different states and the risk they face, there are some states, some union territories which have a higher risk, which are more vulnerable. For example, Andhra Pradesh, Assam, to an extent Bihar as well, then Odisha, West Bengal. These are some large states in India which are very badly affected by disasters. Even Kerala, right? They witness multiple types of hazards, from floods to earthquakes, cyclones, heat waves, cold waves. They're affected by multiple disasters. Look at the number of deaths per million population in a given year. These states, in fact, most of the states in India, the large states, have a very high vulnerability and risk profile. The smaller states and union territories are even more vulnerable because of their limited economic resources and also due to their remote location. The smaller states and union territories are even they are facing a even greater risk, like Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, the northeast region. All these parts of India are highly prone to the impact of a variety of disasters. So all the data clearly indicates that for India, the vulnerability is definitely high. There are geographical factors causing more vulnerability. There are economic, social, political, and environmental factors which are increasing India's vulnerability. It varies from region to region depending on the type of hazard, but almost the whole country is at risk. Out of all the states and union territories we have, at least 27 of them are facing a high risk of disasters. A total of 27 plus states and UTs are at high risk of disasters. Is that clear? So, be it northern India, be it the peninsular region of India, be it northeast India, even the central parts of India and the western parts of India, all these regions are affected by some disaster or the other. If Rajasthan is affected by droughts and floods, Gujarat is affected by earthquakes and cyclones. Himalayan belt is affected by earthquakes, landslides, and floods. Northeast region faces the same impact. East coast is affected by cyclones and tsunamis. Western Ghats is very badly affected by heavy rainfall, landslides, and massive flooding. Interior India, interior parts of Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Telangana, they're all affected by droughts. Northern India is very badly affected by heat waves and cold waves. So, across the country, there are multiple hazards which increases India's vulnerability and it adds to the disaster risk for India. All right? This general understanding is very, very important because it gives you an idea as to why we should focus on disaster management. Why should UPSC aspirants study disaster management? This is the answer. Our country is very vulnerable. The risk is high. Millions of people are getting displaced every year. Thousands of people are losing their lives. And there is massive economic destruction happening because of disasters. And the worst part is that the poor people, the weaker sections are more vulnerable. So that is why it is important for every aspiring bureaucrat, for every aspiring IAS officer, IPS officer, IFS officer, and all the other services. It's very, very important for you to understand disaster management and focus on disaster management. Because today, this has become part of mainstream governance. It's part of day to day governance today. Is that clear? So, having a solid understanding of disaster and vulnerability and risk will help you to serve the people better and serve the country to minimize the impact of these disasters. Understood? Now, coming to the last concept, disaster management cycle. The disaster management cycle or the DM cycle. Today, this is the essential mechanism that is implemented in governance and administration. As part of governance, disaster management cycle has been mainstreamed. It has become a part of day-to-day administration. All right? In India, the DM cycle was mainstreamed into governance and administration through the DM Act, the Disaster Management Act of 2005. That's why it's a landmark piece of legislation. The then UPA government under Prime Minister Manmohan Singh brought out this landmark legislation called the Disaster Management Act, which has transformed disaster management in India. India has provided for better planning, better preparedness, through which we are preventing disasters, mitigating the impact of disasters, thereby saving lives, reducing the economic damage, and protecting the country and its people. Is that clear? So you should know what exactly is this disaster management cycle, how it provided a new approach. The DM Act provided for a radical approach, a completely new approach in the field of disaster management. So you should understand what is this new approach and what was the previous approach. Before 2000, before 2005, what was our approach to disaster management? And after 2005, what is the new approach we are taking? Right? This understanding is very crucial to understand the future topics we are going to discuss. Now, let me explain this quickly. In India and around the world, until 1990s, there was no dedicated focus on disaster management. All right? It was not just in India, but even around the world. Across the world, there was a very limited, poor understanding of the impact of disasters. Even in developed countries, except for few like Japan, in most countries, disaster management was not given the priority that it deserved. There was no long-term planning involved. There was no holistic, comprehensive approach. Prior to 1990s, most governments followed a ad hoc approach towards disaster management. Ad hoc means temporary, something which is unplanned. All right. Previously, disasters, they were seen as one-time emergencies that happen. All right. They were seen as one-time emergencies. So the entire focus of disaster management prior to 2000, prior to 1990s, it was just on providing immediate relief, providing immediate response during the disaster. This was the only focus of disaster management prior to early 2000 and 1990s. It was not just in India, but it was a trend around the world. Because around the world, we didn't understand environmental degradation, the impact of environmental degradation. There wasn't adequate recognition to the environmental damage that we had caused. There wasn't enough recognition given to the impact of disasters. Because disasters, they don't just have a impact on human lives, they also leave behind a lasting economic and social impact. Regions which are hit by disasters, they lose the infrastructure, people lose their jobs, agriculture will be destroyed, livelihood will be destroyed, infrastructure, connectivity will be destroyed. Basically, a region hit by a disaster will be set back with regard to its development by at least 10 to 20 years. One major cyclone, one major earthquake is enough to set back that region and that people at least by 20, 30 years in their development. It increases social inequalities. The poor and weaker sections will become even more vulnerable. Like farmers, for example, right? Fishermen, tribal communities, they can't cope with the impact of a disaster if their lives are uprooted, if their crops are destroyed, if their houses are destroyed. The entire economy takes a hit in that region and affects the society as well, causes more inequalities in the society. So disasters leave behind a long-term impact, and this was never considered prior to 1990s. Until 1990s and early 2000, the large understanding was disasters are one-time emergencies. They happen once in a while. It's something which is not under our control. That was the belief, that was the assumption. So governments had a very ad hoc approach to disaster management. There was no dedicated focus, no comprehensive holistic approach. If a disaster happened, they would provide some relief and response for a few days, and after that, everybody would forget about the disaster. India itself witnessed three major disasters during this period: the 99 super cyclone in Odisha, the massive Bhuj earthquake in Gujarat in 2000, and the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami that devastated Tamil Nadu and Andaman Nicobar Islands. These three were mega disasters. They killed thousands and thousands of people. There was large scale economic damage. But India did not have a well planned approach to disaster management. So the only approach of the government was to assist these people temporarily. Once the disaster happened, right, some basic relief would be provided. That is, some forces would be brought in, usually armed forces. They would dispatch food, medicines, provide first aid, essential medical facilities, provide some compensation maybe, right? And after a few days, few weeks, everybody would forget about the disaster. The media would move on, people in other parts of the country would move on, even governments would neglect and forget the region. But those people and those regions, they would remain affected for years and decades together. There was no effort to improve planning and preparedness. There was no focus on early warning and forecasting. The 99 super cyclone devastated Odisha because we could not predict the cyclone. We couldn't track it. We didn't have the right technology. We hadn't invested enough in early warning and forecasting. So as a result, our vulnerability was high, our risk was higher, right? We were treating them as one-time events, providing only emergency relief and response, when the disaster had already happened. There was no focus on pre-disaster, what should be done before a disaster happens, or what should be done after a disaster has happened. This nuanced understanding was not there, not just in India, but around the world. But thankfully, the United Nations brought out this awareness. Starting from 1960s itself, there was a greater understanding of environmental damage that we had caused. The Industrial Revolution, the world wars, they had caused massive pollution. They had caused large-scale environmental degradation. So by 1960s, the UN started paying some attention to environmental issues. Following that, there were some discussions, debates, some environment-related conventions were brought out, like Montreal Protocol, for example, to deal with the ozone hole caused by ozone depleting substances. So by 1980s and early 1990s, there was a greater awakening. Around the world, there was greater recognition, greater scientific evidence as well to show that environmental damage, climate change is directly contributing to more disasters and higher impact of disasters. So in 1992, the Rio Earth Summit was held. In 1992, the United Nations held the Rio Earth Summit, which was the first major global convention on environmental issues. Prior to this, we had a environment related convention in 1960s that led to the establishment of UN Environment Program. That was the first UN conference on environment. All right, but it was just a basic convention that gave some attention to environmental issues and even disasters back in 1960s. Then came Montreal Protocol in 1987, but it was focused only on eliminating CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons, which are responsible for destroying the ozone layer. But by 1990s, there was a greater awareness about climate change. Scientific evidence was coming up to show that deforestation, burning fossil fuels, and environmental degradation in general was contributing to climate change and more disasters and extreme weather events. So this led to the Rio Earth Summit, which was headed by the UN, led by the UN in 1992. And it established three very, very important global conventions. I don't know if you guys know about it. If you know, let me know in the comments. Which conventions were born out of the Rio Earth Summit? There were three major conventions. I'm giving you a hint, I'm giving you a clue. There were three major conventions that were directly a result of the Rio Earth Summit. Ruchita says CBD, very good. The Convention on Biological Diversity. UNFCCC, very good. The Climate Change Convention, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Which is the other one? Amrit and Joe Prakash have got it right. The UN Convention to Combat Desertification. These three important conventions were born out of the Rio Earth Summit. A convention to protect our biodiversity, which is the CBD Convention. A convention to tackle climate change, which is UNFCCC or the Climate Change Convention. And the Convention to Combat Desertification. So now there was greater awareness about environmental damage, how it contributes to climate change, how it affects disasters. So following this, the UN started focusing on disaster management, and the first UN conference, the first World Conference on Disaster, was held at Yokohama in Japan. The year was 1994. All right, we'll discuss again. We'll discuss these topics again under international framework. So Yokohama conference was held in Japan, which was the first dedicated global conference on disaster management. This led to the evolution of the disaster management cycle. For the first time, there was recognition at the global level that the previous ad hoc approach will not work. Treating disasters as a one-time emergency is not enough. it became clear that much more had to be done. A comprehensive approach had to be taken. So the UN took the lead, it took the initiative following the Yokohama Conference, and through the Yokohama framework, the basic principles in disaster management were implemented. This led to the birth of the DM cycle, the disaster management cycle. Instead of treating disaster management as a one time ad hoc approach, a comprehensive, holistic approach was brought up. A comprehensive, holistic, cyclical approach was adopted through the United Nations. And countries around the world started following these standards, including India. We also implemented some of the measures of Yokohama Conference. And finally, in the year 2005, a landmark change was introduced through the Disaster Management Act. It incorporated the principles of Yokohama framework and the Hyogo framework, the Hyogo conference that was held in 2005. So by bringing these internationally recognized standards and principles, even India implemented the disaster management cycle. So now the approach was proactive. This was a proactive approach to disaster management. Is that clear? The previous approach was a reactive approach, which means governments were only reacting to a disaster. There was no stress on forecasting, no focus on planning preparedness before. Governments were simply reacting to a disaster. So it was a reactive approach, it was an ad hoc approach, a temporary approach. Now, from late 1990s, with better awareness, better understanding, and through leadership of the UN, a proactive approach was adopted that led to the implementation of the three-stage disaster management cycle. This cycle includes three stages. Which are the three stages? You have your pre-disaster phase, which is the first stage in disaster management. That is what should be done before a disaster occurs. Instead of waiting for the disaster to happen, number of measures can be taken even before the disaster can occur. This falls under pre-disaster phase, which includes prevention, mitigation, planning, and preparedness. These key concepts were introduced in the pre-disaster phase. Next, once the disaster happens, that is during disaster, there comes your emergency relief. What kind of emergency measures, response measures will you implement? What kind of assistance, immediate assistance will you provide? Right? How will you rescue people who are trapped, who are caught in floods or under the debris of a building following earthquakes? How will you rescue these people? How will you give them medical assistance, first aid and food and shelter? How will you provide them basic necessities? All of this is covered under emergency relief and response, which is the second phase of disaster management. That is during disaster. Then comes the third stage, the post disaster stage. What would you do after a disaster, after a few weeks, after a few months? This is where the focus is on rehabilitation, reconstruction, and recovery. You try to rebuild those areas. You reconstruct the damaged infrastructure, the houses, they have to be rebuilt. People's lives and livelihoods have to be rebuilt. People have to be rehabilitated. Those who have lost their homes, their jobs, they will have to be rehabilitated. Their houses, their livelihood opportunities have to be rebuilt, reconstructed, and you should provide for long term recovery. And again, the cycle will repeat. It's a cycle, it's a constant cycle. So, as a result of implementing the DM cycle, it became a continuous, constant process, and disaster management became mainstreamed into day to day governance. This is how the DM cycle helped in mainstreaming disaster management into our day to day administration and governance. All right, that is how the proactive approach was implemented. So, the DM cycle provides for a proactive, comprehensive, holistic approach concentrating on pre disaster, during disaster, and post disaster. This is a huge improvement compared to the previous reactive approach. Prior to 1990s, governments were reacting to disasters. There was no focus on pre-disaster, no focus on post-disaster, no planning, no preparedness, no forecasting, no reconstruction. They would simply provide basic emergency relief and response once a disaster had already happened. That's why the impact was more. More people were affected. Affected areas would never recover from the impact. So this paradigm shift happened in disaster management from late 90s and early 2000. All right, in India, we witnessed these major changes because of the Disaster Management Act that streamlined disaster management in the country. All right, so let's see what measures are taken in each phase. Let's go through the DM cycle again, step by step, and let's understand what exact measures are taken in each of the three stages. In the pre disaster phase, as I explained, the focus is on planning and preparedness. That is, you plan for disasters, you prepare, and you try to prevent and mitigate. Some disasters can be prevented. Industrial accidents can be prevented, right? Sometimes landslides can be prevented, floods can be prevented, or at least the impact can be reduced. The impact of cyclone and earthquakes can be mitigated. This requires planning and preparedness before the disaster can happen. So, under the pre disaster phase, as part of planning and preparedness, you first understand the hazard. This requires scientific research. You need to bring science into it. You need to invest in research and development, conduct scientific studies to understand the nature of hazards, the natural geographical processes that are involved in each hazard, right? Understand how cyclone forms, understand how earthquakes happen. That's how you understand the hazard better. By understanding the hazard, you try to implement early warning and forecasting. Wherever possible, disasters can be predicted, they can be forecast with great accuracy. You identify the vulnerability of your country, of different regions. So, as part of the exercise, you create a hazard vulnerability map. By understanding hazards and by using latest technology, right? It could be ground based sensors, it could be satellites. By relying on such scientific data, by looking at past record and geological processes, you identify the most vulnerable regions in the country. What type of hazards affect the country? What is the vulnerability of different parts of the country? And accordingly, you create a map that will depict the hazard and vulnerability profile of the country. For example, Himalayan belt is more prone to earthquakes. East coast of India is more prone to cyclones. This is hazard vulnerability mapping. You study the hazard, understand the hazard, and depending on the vulnerability and the risk, you map it out on a map and you grade different regions accordingly. You classify them into different zones. This will help you prioritize your planning and your resources. Regions which are facing a higher risk, they can be given more priority. Now, let's say you compare Delhi with Bangalore. Bangalore is very, very safe with regard to most of the disasters. Bangalore is not affected by cyclones, not affected by earthquakes or landslides, right? The only risk it faces could be industrial accidents or maybe urban flooding. Now compare that with Delhi. Delhi faces heat waves, cold waves. It is at extreme risk of earthquakes. All right? There are massive risks in Delhi compared to Bangalore. Now, if you understand the difference, if you put this in a map, then you can prioritize your disaster management measures more on Delhi as compared to Bangalore. And also, depending on the type of hazards, accordingly, you can plan, you can allocate resources. So, this is a critical step in pre disaster planning and preparedness. You understand the hazard, determine the risk and vulnerability, and you map it out and classify the different regions. Classify the different regions and identify the different zones depending on the risk they are facing, right? And accordingly, you can focus on capacity building measures. You build the capacity of your institutions to deal with the disaster. You improve your early warning and forecasting. You can improve your emergency services. You can set up dedicated response forces, disaster response forces, to help carry out search and rescue operations or SAR operations. It's critical during a disaster, right? During floods, people will be caught in floods, or during earthquakes, people could be trapped in buildings, the debris which has fallen. During forest fires, landslides, people will be trapped again. So it's very important to search for these people and rescue them in order to save lives. You need dedicated professional emergency forces, emergency services, which require the right training, the right equipment, and they should be deployed adequately as well. Right? All these measures are part of your planning and preparedness. So, by building your capacity, by improving the capacity of the government and its institutions, you can prevent some disasters, you can mitigate some disasters, and you can better prepare for upcoming disasters. So, here the focus is on prevention, mitigation, and preparedness. This is what the government focuses on under pre-disaster phase. It's all about planning and preparedness. All right? More focus on research, more focus on mapping, more focus on forecasting, taking long-term measures, improving the capacity of the government and the community so that we can deal with upcoming disasters. Then comes the second phase when the disaster has already happened. Then immediately the government should respond. Emergency response has to be put into action. The specialized forces, disaster response forces, they have to be deployed to save lives, conduct search and rescue operations, and even protect property and infrastructure as much as possible. Then provide relief to the affected people. There will be people who are injured. Give them medical aid, treat them, give first aid, provide basic food, water, shelter, and clothing, right? There will be a lot of people who are dead. So you have to identify the dead bodies, provide a proper cremation, hand over the bodies to the respective families. So a lot of painful work is involved in during disaster phase. So it's all about response and relief. How the government institutions will respond, how the community will respond, what kind of relief has to be provided, what immediate assistance has to be given. All these measures are part of your during disaster phase. It's implemented right before the disaster happens or immediately after the disaster has happened. Right? In the next few hours and few days of the disaster, that is when response and relief measures are implemented. And finally, we have the last phase, which is your post disaster phase. What will you do few weeks after the disaster, few months after the disaster? This comes after few weeks and months following the disaster. You cannot ignore or forget that region. Just because it's not in news doesn't mean the government can forget about a disaster affected area. As I told you, disasters have a very big socio-economic impact. Disasters have a very big socio-economic impact. Generally, we are obsessed with immediate impact. That is human nature, right? We all get intrigued about breaking news, right? We all pay more attention when a big hazard or a disaster has happened, when a terror attack has happened, when massive floods or earthquakes have happened, right? Because it's exciting for everyone. That is human tendency, human psychology as well. Generally, people and governments as well, they are driven by that. Just because it's not in news, just because media, government is not paying attention, doesn't mean the people are not getting affected, right? On the ground, there will be a huge socio-economic setback. That is why governments and communities, they have to pay long-term attention to disaster hit areas. The common people will forget. Now, let's say there is a drought. Many districts have been affected, farmers have been affected, but urban areas will forget it very soon. They'll not even recognize that a drought condition is going on in the country, right? Middle class, upper classes will not be affected, industries will not be affected, not immediately at least. But these silent disasters will keep going on. That is where the governments have to pay attention, because most of the disasters, they have a devastating socio-economic impact. The economy will be disrupted, social inequalities will increase, the region will be set back with regard to its development by few years, few decades. Now imagine an earthquake which has destroyed road and railway lines. Look at the latest floods in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh. Railway tracks have been uprooted. Roads, bridges, tunnels have been destroyed. So connectivity is compromised in those areas. It will take years of effort, thousands of crore rupees of investment to rebuild this connectivity. Without connectivity, economy is affected, right? Agriculture, industrial growth, tourism, everything will be compromised. That is why it's important to pay attention to post disaster recovery, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. Here, the focus is on rehabilitating the displaced people, people who have lost their homes, who have lost their livelihoods. They should be supported in the long term. Their houses have to be rebuilt, right? Their livelihoods will have to be restored. For example, a tsunami might have destroyed fishing boats and fishing villages. So livelihood of fishermen is destroyed for years together. So government has to step in to repair the boats, provide fresh boats to them, rebuild the fishing villages so that the fishing community can get back to work, which is their basic livelihood, their basic source of income. Is that clear? So rehabilitation should be a priority, followed by long-term recovery and reconstruction. Essentially, government should work towards bringing normalcy back to the affected area. In a disaster hit area, normalcy would have been destroyed. There will be a massive setback. The community, the region is overwhelmed. They're not able to cope with the impact on their own. That is where the government has to step to bring some normalcy back to the affected region. They have to rebuild the infrastructure that has been destroyed. They have to help the region recover, provide for long-term compensation, rebuild the damaged infrastructure. All such measures will have to be implemented to minimize the long-term socio-economic impact. This is one of the most important phases in disaster management. All right. So this completes your DM cycle. It's a cyclical approach and it has mainstreamed disaster management into day-to-day governance and administration. So as future administrators, as future district collectors, IAS, IPS officers, you will be involved in disaster management on a day-to-day basis. It's not a one-time thing. It's not an emergency situation. It's not an ad hoc approach. It's a proactive, constant approach, right? Day in, day out, the authorities at the national level, the central government, state governments, district authorities, and local panchayats, they all should focus on disaster management on a day-to-day basis. Plan and prepare for upcoming disasters. If a disaster happens, provide effective relief and response. And after the disaster, focus on recovery, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. This is the priority areas under the disaster management cycle. Is that clear? If you have understood this, trust me, half the syllabus is complete. It's as good as half the syllabus is completed. Based on this, we will cover different disasters one by one. Trust me, it will become very easy now on. We will take up each disaster. We'll start with floods. We'll discuss droughts, cyclones, earthquakes, forest fires. All the major disasters we'll cover in the next 2-3 classes. Under each disaster, I'll explain the phenomena first, the natural phenomena that's involved. We'll discuss the impact, the causes, and what measures to be taken in disaster management. All right, that is what we have to cover. Now that we have covered all the basic concepts and the disaster management approach, things will become easier for you because you already have the required foundation. Now you understand what's a disaster, what's a hazard, what is vulnerability, what is exposure, what is disaster risk, how we can reduce disaster risk, what are the priority areas in disaster management cycle. Since these basic concepts are pretty much clear, we will start with each disaster one by one and we will understand the approach in disaster management. Got it? So this completes the first chapter. The first basic chapter is complete with this. If you have any doubts, any questions, please let me know. I'll take up your doubts for a few minutes and I'll just give an introduction to the first disaster we will be discussing, that is floods. We still have another 15 minutes approximately to go. So let's spend 5 to 8 minutes in questions, another 7 or 8 minutes for introduction to the next topic. Okay, let's see what questions have come up. Nagaraj is asking, sir, please explain ad hoc approach again. See, prior to 1990s, governments did not have a good understanding of the impact of disasters. So most governments were reacting to a disaster, meaning there was no planning. They wouldn't anticipate a disaster. There was no forecasting, right? They were not paying attention to the long-term damage caused by a disaster. Governments thought the disaster is a one-time thing. It's a one-time emergency which comes up. So after the disaster happened, they would temporarily provide some relief and some response. That's what you mean by ad hoc. For example, let's say you guys are preparing for UPSC exams. Now you have a lot of time for your prelims. Now, by assuming that you have time, let's say you plan, you prepare accordingly, you dedicate appropriate time, you cover all the subjects, your syllabus, you take enough practice tests, and then attempt the exam. That is a comprehensive approach. That's a proactive approach. Imagine there's another student who does not study at all, right? Simply they attend the classes, they go through some books, they have no strategy, no planning, no practice, no preparedness. Directly they'll go sit in the exam, right? That is an ad hoc approach. You think such students can clear the exam? Definitely no, right? Because they followed an ad hoc approach, a reactive approach. They weren't proactive. They didn't plan. They didn't prepare. That's what happened in disaster management prior to 1990s. With better global awareness and a global framework, and with the DM Act in India, we have adopted a proactive approach and we have abandoned the ad hoc approach. All right. So that's what you mean by the ad hoc approach. Next, a student is asking, can you please explain environmental degradation slide and how it's connected to disaster risk? See, it's very simple. If you destroy your environment, if you destroy forests, destroy wetlands, burn fossil fuels, if you overexploit your resources, you are weakening the environment, the ecosystems. You're contributing to climate change, and that in turn increases your extreme weather events. Today, we are facing more heat waves, more forest fires, more cyclones with higher intensity because we have aggravated extreme weather because of climate change. So, environmental degradation directly contributes to increased disaster risk. That's it, as simple as that. And contrary, the other approach is that to reduce disaster risk, what should you do? Protect your environment, protect your forests, protect your wetlands, reduce fossil fuel consumption, achieve carbon neutrality, switch to cleaner forms of energy. By doing or by taking these measures, you will you will help in reducing the disaster risk. So environment degradation, disaster risk are directly connected. Amandeep is asking how Rio Earth Summit is related to disaster management. It's not related. I didn't tell you Rio Earth Summit is related to disaster management. What I told you was Rio Earth Summit gave rise to greater awareness about environment protection. This is what inspired a global initiative for disaster management. Yokohama Conference, which was the first conference on disaster management, happened in 1994 after the Rio Earth Summit. It was not a direct result, but the greater awareness about environmental issues like climate change, biodiversity, desertification, this greater awareness on environmental issues made us understand the impact with regard to disasters. That's why UN and all countries got together at Yokohama in Japan to discuss disaster management for the first time. All right. So Rio Earth Summit indirectly contributed to disaster management because it highlighted the impact of environmental degradation on disasters. Please explain Yokohama framework. No, I'll not explain right now. I told you earlier, we have a separate discussion for that. Right now, it was just a mention for your understanding. Later, we have a separate class for the international framework. We will discuss Yokohama Conference, Hyogo framework, Sendai framework. I'll discuss all of those points in detail. Not now. I'll not discuss that today. It will come later. Please wait for that. This is not the right time. We have to approach in a logical manner. Okay. So, guys, these are the questions. Now, let's proceed to the next topic. We have few more minutes left, around 7 to 10 minutes. I'll just give you a basic introduction about a disaster, that is floods. So now we have covered the basic concepts, the foundational concepts are done. We'll be starting with each disaster separately. I'll take up one disaster after the other. First, we'll cover all the natural hazards and then we'll come to man-made hazards. This will be the biggest part of our discussion. Today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow. In all these classes, we will focus only on disasters. I'll be covering floods, droughts, cyclones, earthquakes, tsunami, then forest fires, heat wave, cold wave, cloudburst, right? Biological hazards, man-made hazards. All these topics will be covered in detail. But in every topic, the approach is the same. All right, if you understand a couple of topics, the approach becomes very easy for the rest. What we will do first, we'll understand the geographical process. Like I'll be starting with floods. We'll understand what is a flood, what causes a flood, What are the natural causes? Are there any man-made factors aggravating it? Right? We'll understand those causes and then we'll study the impact. How does it affect human beings? How does it affect infrastructure? How does it affect the economy? How does it affect the environment? We'll do this for every disaster. And finally, we'll talk about disaster management cycle. What measures can we take in pre-disaster planning and preparedness? What measures in during disaster phase? What measures in post-disaster phase? We'll use the same approach, the same template for all the disasters because UPSC will ask you these questions. There have been many questions on these lines. UPSC might ask you to explain what are landslides, why Himalayan region witnesses more floods, what are cloud bursts, why Kerala is getting more affected by floods and landslides. Such specific questions can come based on recent disasters. So you have to understand the processes, the natural man-made causes behind them, their impact, and how can we deal with them under disaster management. This is the understanding you require for writing a mains answer. So we'll begin with floods, which is a hydrological hazard. It is a type of a hydrological hazard. All right. So let me explain or define what's a flood, and after that we can stop the session for today. A flood is essentially an overflow of water from a given drainage basin where the water floods into the catchment area, causing submergence of the land present along the banks. This is a simple definition of a flood. Again, don't go by the textbook definition. You don't have to mug it up. Understand the concept. I'll give you an example to simplify this. Let's say we take a bucket, all right? A bucket or a drum. Imagine this to be a bucket or a drum. Any such body, right, will have a certain carrying capacity. Similarly, every water body has a certain carrying capacity. Every river, every lake, pond, wetlands, right? Even dams, they all have a certain carrying capacity. River, lakes, ponds, canals that are man-made canals, even dams, any such water body. All right? They have a certain carrying capacity. What does it mean? It means they can hold a certain volume of water. They can accommodate a certain maximum volume of water. That is the natural carrying capacity of any water body. Now imagine this bucket or drum that we have taken for example. Let's say its maximum carrying capacity is 5 liters of water. If you fill this bucket or drum to the brim, it can hold a maximum of only 5 liters. That is the carrying capacity of this bucket. Similarly, every water body has a carrying capacity. It can hold a certain volume of water. Now, there are two instances in which the water can spill, thus causing a flood in the nearby region. There are two possibilities, two instances where the water can spill out from this bucket, thereby flooding the region around the bucket. All right? Can anyone guess under what conditions will the water spill out from this bucket? You can apply the same logic for a water body as well. Can someone tell me in the comments? Under what condition will water slip or water overflow and flood into the nearby region. Excess water, if you add something into it. Excess rainfall, very good. One possibility where the water can flood is due to excess inflow. Now imagine in this 5-liter bucket, I pour 10 liters of water. What will happen? 5 liters will get collected in the bucket safely, but its carrying capacity is only 5 liters, right? Once the carrying capacity is breached, the excess water will obviously flood the nearby region. It will spill out. There will be an overflow from the bucket, causing flooding in the nearby region. When you apply this for a water body like a river or a lake, if there is heavy rainfall, if there is sudden excessive rainfall, if there is a cloud burst, all right, don't ask me what is a cloud burst. I'll come to it later. We'll discuss cloud burst separately. Cloud burst causes heavy rainfall. Just understand that. So, during a period of intense heavy rainfall, when there is lot of water getting collected in the catchment area of a particular water body, the excess water will spill over. The water body, the drainage basin only has a certain capacity, right? Every water body has a certain catchment area around it from where the water is being caught, right? If it rains in a given region, the water gets accumulated. It flows down the valley, right? Under the influence of gravity, water flows down and it follows the topography of the land, and all the water gets accumulated in the low-lying areas, in the valley regions. So this entire area where the water is getting collected into this water body is the catchment area. That's where the water is being collected and being drained into one water body. That particular water body, the drainage basin, will have a certain carrying capacity, just like your bucket. Now, if there is heavy rainfall beyond the carrying capacity of this water body, right? If there is a lot of water flowing in this catchment area, obviously the drainage basin cannot hold all the water. The river or the lake, its capacity will be breached at some point, and the excess water will flood into the dry areas. It causes submergence of the land present along the banks. This is one situation where floods can occur. Second, what's the second possibility? Accumulation of silt. Very good. Silt accumulation will also reduce the carrying capacity. Now imagine in this bucket, I fill sand. I fill 30% of the bucket with sand. Carrying capacity will reduce to just 3 liters from 5 liters. In a 5-liter bucket, if I fill sand for around 30% of it, carrying capacity reduces. From 5 liters, it has gone down to just 3 liters. Now, even if there is regular rainfall, right? Even if I add just 5 liters of water, 2 liters excess will spill out because the carrying capacity is breached. Since the bucket is filled with sand, at least for 30% of it, it can only accommodate 3 liters now. Its carrying capacity has gone down. Even when I add 5 liters of water, the excess 2 liters will spill out. The same thing happens in your water bodies. Imagine in the catchment area, we humans, we have built apartments, we have built malls, cities, we have destroyed the drainage basin, we have dumped waste, lot of sediments and silt has been collected. So any such disruption of the drainage basin that reduces the carrying capacity can also cause floods. Is that clear? It could happen naturally as well. Let's say there is a landslide. There is a landslide caused by an earthquake, and lot of soil material, rocks, they've all come crashing down into the river. They've deposited into the river. So river's carrying capacity is affected. The flow of the river is affected because a natural dam has formed. Because all the soil and rocks have come down crashing, They have crashed into the valley and it blocks the flow of the river, right? So carrying capacity is affected and a natural dam is formed. So water keeps accumulating behind the dam. Since it's a natural dam, it's not strong enough. It will break, it will breach at some point, right? Once it breaks, once the natural dam breaks apart, all the collected water will flush down. It will pass down the valley in a very swift motion, causing flash floods. It will cause sudden floods in the downstream areas. So heavy siltation, even land encroachment by human activities, can reduce the carrying capacity, causing more floods. Take the example of cities like Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai. These cities are not supposed to witness urban flooding, but we have destroyed the catchment area. We have occupied lakes and wetlands. We have built malls, layouts, and residential complexes and apartments illegally. And this encroachment is directly affecting the flow of the water, right? We are building cities on riverbeds and lake beds. Obviously, what will happen when there is heavy rainfall? Even if the rainfall is normal, since the water has no place to go, it will flood those areas. This is a natural path where the water is supposed to flow. Is that clear? You take a city, for example, a city will have some valleys, it will have some low points. That is where lakes and rivers would be present. Now, if you occupy those areas and build layouts and apartments and malls, where do you expect the water to go? Even when normal rainfall occurs, even when there is no excess rainfall, the water floods the inhabited areas and then we call it flooding, then we call it as a disaster. The problem was created by us. Governments failed to prevent the illegal encroachment. Real estate mafia have eaten up the land. They have built cities on riverbeds and lake beds. And tomorrow, when water flows during rainy season, we call it a flood. Cities get submerged, people get killed, right? This is more of a man-made disaster with a combination of natural factors. So floods can occur not just because of natural factors, but also due to some man-made factors or a combination of the two. Understood? So flood is a situation where the drainage capacity, the carrying capacity of a channel is breached and excess water spills out and overflows, which floods and submerges the nearby areas. This is called a flooding. It can happen naturally, it can be aggravated by man-made factors. This is the concept you should understand. Is that clear? So tomorrow we'll resume the discussion. We will discuss the causes in detail. There are many more intricate causes that are involved. You should understand connection between earthquake, landslides, and floods. Understand the connection between extreme rainfall, cloudbursts, and floods. You should also understand how melting of glaciers and snow caps can also contribute to floods. Right? All these are very intricate discussions. Let's do this tomorrow and we'll talk about the impact and disaster management of floods as well. So for today, this is more than enough. Let's end the class over here. I hope you guys have understood everything. I hope you guys have liked the session as well. Do let me know in the comments. I'll go through them and I'll see you tomorrow. We will resume the discussion from here and we'll try to cover as many disasters as possible. So that is it for today. Thanks for being with me. I'll see you tomorrow.